Anno 117 Pax Romana has been out now for 2 months, and I'm having a blast with this game still. It does not have the content that Anno 1800 has just yet, but it's getting there, I'm sure of it. But that doesn't mean that this game doesn't offer replayability. I've already covered this game now in quite a few Let's Plays, and this time around we are going to build the ultimate mega city on the biggest island that this game provides. Up to this point, I've tested a couple of settings, and I think I found the biggest island. I've also double-checked it with some forums, and yeah, this is definitely the biggest island possible right now. I'm combining this with the hardest AI opponents, with some hard settings, and boy, I'm actually surprised how aggressive they are this time around when they are able to settle on bigger islands. This proves much more challenging than the Extreme series, and I'm going to try to survive and build up massive cities in Latium and in Albion, and I hope you're going to enjoy this one. I've also put in some mods here and there. We're going to see some new buildings and some new mechanics as well down the road, because the modding community is already pretty active at this game, and I can't wait to try this out. Okay, so let's quickly jump into the settings. Of course, we're gonna go with an endless mode again. The Red Emperor Lucius is our portrait. As a general difficulty setting, of course, it's gonna be veteran again. That means stuff like good consumption, settlement costs, land taxes, maintenance costs, construction cost refund, it's all on high. Construction cost refund is none. Building relocation is allowed this time around, but we have to pay a fee for it. Incidents are gonna be on hard, we have no protection against them, and also the city status impact on the incidents will be on hard. The research speed is normal, right? And we also have contract renewal slow for the trader restock as well. That means we cannot get that many lucrative contracts to, push my balance. We also cannot resettle. That means once we lose the main island, the game is over. I'm gonna keep though the Hall of Fame access. For the starting conditions, I'm gonna go ahead with a flagship once again. It's the lowest type of ship you can get. We're starting without any island to begin with. Our starting goods are little, capital is little, and workforce is little. Of course, the map is also covered to make the exploration age a bit more interesting. For the game world, I'm going to go with the atoll this time around. So we are using the islands that are distributed around the edge of the province with a large interior seaway. The island size is, of course, large. Fertilities though are regular, forest size regular, and building slots are abundant. I'm doing this because we want to build up a massive city, so I need to have some resources to supply us. And also the AI opponent gets more difficult with that, in my opinion, because they also have the same settings. So they also have more building slots, they have bigger islands to themselves, which should make the thing a bit more interesting. For the pirates, we're gonna go with Kaizo and with Voada. Both of them are active, both of them are on hard settings, and both of them also have far-reaching patrols. So that means their ships are on the whole map, not just in the surrounding area, and also they raid us from time to time. For the Emperor, it's gonna be Calidus again. I think he's just the more interesting Emperor between the two of them. Governor-wise, we are going to go with Neferneru again. Saranito I would like to have, but here we're gonna switch this around to Rob Stark. No, it's Ather Yorgwin. Let's call him Yorgwin, and he is gonna be my Celtic rival. These are the hardest opponents that I can choose from. So we're just gonna have some fun with that. These are the settings. I hope you're gonna enjoy this one. Anno 117 Pax Romana Mega City Edition. Gonna be exciting. Playing on the largest map this game has to offer. If you enjoy my content, please consider supporting me on Patreon or becoming a YouTube member. The links are in the description. Go, 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 go. Alright, and here it begins, our journey in Anno Pax Romana, once again in the year 2026. I'm super excited about that. And in this case here, in the middle already, by the way, in the distance there is a huge volcano. I wonder if this is already showing the signs of the DLCs that are coming. We'll just see. We're also gonna see during the course of this Let's Play. Now, I'm looking for the biggest island that this game has in the vanilla version right now. And together with Messalina, 20 tons of timber and 15 tons of weapons, we are on our way finding this island and settling our first Roman city. And indeed, it doesn't take long, and first island is coming up that coincidentally is also the biggest island in this game. Let's just quickly claim it for ourselves, and then we can have a quick look at it. Here it is in all its glory. It is indeed beautiful and vast. That is vast in building space, as we can see. We also have lots and lots of river slots right over here, towering all the way up here, our big mountain. We could call it Mount Olympus. And all the way up here, there's also a mining site, 2 of them, that we could use for aqueducts down the road. A bit further down here, another beach, lots of building space that we can use, lots of building space here. And then also all the way, look at that, over there, there's even a smaller peninsula, you might call it, together with 2 beaches, another river that we can use, another mountain that we can use with aqueducts and mining sites and whatnot. And also beautiful, look at that, a bridge, a tunnel where my ships could enter. A perfect spot really for defenses. All in all, it's a massive island. It's by far the biggest island the vanilla game provides right now. And here it is where we start a massive Roman city. All the way here. Before we start, let's immediately send Messalina for some more exploration. Because of course we want to find more islands that we can settle on. We could also check out real quick what the island provides now in fertility. That is lavender, mackerel, sturgeon, iron and gold. An independent weapon production is possible with that. We can also have soap production on this island and a lot of fish. But of course we're gonna need to, expand to other islands as quickly as possible. We continue with our first road network that I want to have. And for the road, we definitely wanna go ahead with a nice crossing then into this area here, right? So this is where, just check it out. Can we have a nice bridge here? We can. Because of course, the idea is that we're going to have some beautiful avenues, representative avenues, especially the main road that connects my harbor with my monuments, with my villa, with my temples, and with the other side of the island too. Now, of course, road building is a fine, but we do not have a lot of denarii available right now. We're in fact only starting with 10,000, and each tile of road does cost me maintenance on top of my land taxes. So right now we're paying 200 already per minute, so I need to get a basic economy going. And for this, we're gonna get this road all the way over here. And then I'm probably, wait a second, would like to at some point later connect this road then with something here. And this is also a nice spot to start some basic logging that we can do here, a logging industry that we need to start really quickly because we're gonna need lots and lots of building materials for this new city. I'm going to get me 4 of them going, right? And we will need to keep some space here available as well for charcoal burners that I want to have then in this. I'm gonna stick them together here, like so. All the way down here, we can then start with our first city district. Most likely gonna have it somewhere here, right? This is my harbor area. It's gonna be a massive harbor. We can see this already. So we can calculate in some space that we're gonna need from the roads. So this is gonna be a major crossing here as well, where there's several roads coming together. And I think this would be a great location then for our first city. I'm also gonna make me a road here at the edge of what we can build. So there we have these rubbles, these stones, these cliffs where I cannot really build anything. And let's get us a nice curved road over here. And as a matter of fact, I would also like to leave some space available for some basic industry for now, right? Because I think this makes sense to a port, to a harbor, to have some industrial buildings then along the way, but not too much because you don't need as many in this game as in, let's say, Anno 1800. So I'm gonna, leave me that available for now. Perhaps even less than that, perhaps even something like that, right? And here we can then have more houses again. And here I would like to have more houses. And let's not forget that the city needs to be defended and protected. So a bit of space for a wall we're also gonna need then in this area. And then we can start with our first blueprints for the first houses. And there you go, with our first basic houses. We can now build them as well, and let's be careful about it, because we need the timber as well for our warehouse over here, for sawmills, and lumber camps. And with that, yeah, our very first people that are moving in now into our future glorious city on this fine day in the Mediterranean. Well, that's not quite right, of course, because we still need to have one more building before people want to move in, and that is something that produces food, and our first fishery here will do the job. And only with the first ton of fish, people are now ready to move into our city. Valeria is introducing herself, so we found the first NPC right over here. She's gonna offer us quests, items, yeah, she's gonna trade with us, and even give us a loan in times of need.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
More land is coming up, especially right across the channel. We find this beautiful island. It's a massive one. It has resin and olive. Both of them are very useful to us. And it has more gold. That is something we can use as well down the road. This might be a very valuable island for us right across the channel. Also, we get the first quest. Elipertus hails you. And despite his burden, he stops and hails you as a governor. We can seize his goods now. And we can also buy his supplies. Since I want to be a, well, generous governor, we're going to buy his supplies for 400 denarii. That's another 20 tons of timber we can use to build us a few more houses right here. And also the first people now roam the streets, exploring the place. While we can still do it, I should really build me a market, and we're gonna have this one somewhere here in the center. This is providing me an income and population boost, and also enables trading. Our first opponent comes up, Sarah Nito. Right over here she settled. And we're gonna extend a polite greeting. Stay on neutral terms as long as possible.
Are you a scientist? An artificer? A mathematician?
After a while, the next demand is coming up, and that's the tunics. And I would like to fix this as quickly as possible, because tunics provide me 2 coin in addition for each building that we have. And with that, we should hopefully get on positive turns. So I'm gonna ad hoc build me really quickly something up here that is providing me the tunics. Bear in mind, we're gonna have a final position for this at some point later, but right now I wanna have my first production building set up as quickly as possible. Some over here. This should not interfere at the moment with the woodcutter, since you can cut into that one a bit. And yeah, the spinner, my first artisan building. Let's get this one going somewhere here in the center as well, with an access hopefully to a warehouse. Well, the warehouse we can build right away. Here, a general supply depot for my artisans buildings that we're gonna have in that district. A bit of timber is coming in again. We should be continuing with more houses. After a while, the spinner is starting to work with the first hemp in out of our field, and boy, it's needed, because we are running out of money now. 700 denarii is left, and we're still having a negative balance. The spinner is working though now, so we should get that +1 coin bonus soon. And once the first tunic is in, which is about to happen now, we are also getting another +2 coin bonus out of every building. That means I do need to have a few more buildings to maximize that profit. And let's quickly check it out as well in my consumption tab. As I can see, with those buildings, we're already negative again on the production here. So another thing I need to do ASAP is building me another fishing hut. Since we doubled our production, I can afford a few more houses right over here. But it's all a bit too late. We're now running out of money. Just as we're reaching 100 people finally living in the city. Now, it's a good thing that contracts are now available to us, and we can, yeah, select the first contract from Valeria. She would have a delivery of sardines, delivery of wood, and also finding crates. I'm gonna go ahead with the crates for now, and that means that we now need to find those crates somewhere on the map, and as it happens, they're not too far away from our main island in safe waters, right over here. Let's pick them up and bring them to her harbor. My faithful servant, Balion, is telling me that we're now in debt. Since there's no money coming out of my city just yet, I need to find other means. Contracts, as we're doing for Valeria, are already a good thing. Saranito has another one. Yeah, also finding a crate somewhere on the map. Not that far away, so something that we can combine here right away. Finding more ways to make money is a good thing to, yeah, get something into my coffers, and money is being provided by goods. We have one more, that's the Pileus hat right over here that gives me another income boost my population beside some workforce. It only really requires a sheep farm that we can have all the way out here in these hilly regions. One should be fine, as that is providing 2 tons, and we do have exactly 2 tons in demand right now. Let's get me the Peleus Falter going. It's also a building that provides an income boost again to my population. We're gonna need 2, so I'm gonna have me 1 here and probably 1 a bit further over here, so that we can have access with the warehouse there. Perfect. In the meantime, my ship has arrived and we can turn in that crate to get me a bit of coin out of it again. And let's pick up the next crate that is right on the path to Saranito. I wonder if there is a way making money without contracts in the early game on the hard settings, but I'm not entirely sure where that money could come from elsewhere. Anyway, we're making some small amount of money now. It's really not enough to get to get more investments going. That's the contracts for, but at least +7 coin means that we're not losing money at the moment. But it's also a very fragile balance right now of my economy. With all the goods fulfilled, we can at least upgrade now, and of course we want to do this, upgrading to tier 2 right away.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
And with that, the plebeians are introduced. More beautiful houses. More demands. Short-term wise, my taxes are going up a bit. Since we do have a bit of coin, also out of the next contract, I would like to get my industrial buildings going. So we can do this right away. Over here, we can have a bit of a, farm area. Oh, and another decision that we need to make. A manacled woman is escorted into your presence. She's guilty of violating the law of majesty, claiming to be a goddess. We cannot pay to renounce divinity. I'm gonna exile her, as the reputation bonus with the Emperor is not that important right now. With the second tier, I would like to plan my next city expansion, and that is because we need, of course, more workforce and more tax income, and we can do all of this now. So first of all, I'm gonna move my Pileus Falter again a bit, and I'm gonna copy me now this whole district here and put it over there. And once again, this is looking a bit strange in the beginning, but don't worry, this is gonna look right then. As we continue to add more service buildings and whatnot, you'll not see that these districts here have been copied really. And there you go. Let's connect them down here. Let's connect them up here. And with that, we can basically build the next houses right away. We have plenty of timber. And I would also like to go ahead with my next fisherman. Can we? No, we cannot build them in the... With all of that expansion, especially the streets, we're losing a lot of money again. So we're negative. But my balance is not looking super bad right now. And let's build me the marketplace. And some more houses here. And just on time, once again, the next contract can be finished. Some crates that we can turn in. It's not enough though to get me on positive turns again. That means we need to find the next opponent, because he will also have a contract for us. Of course, with more people, we also need more industry again. So that's why we're gonna have more hemp farms now, especially over here. And as you can see, they really don't need that much space. So I think having it like so, we could even move them a bit further up, like here, before I'm starting to copy them now over here. And we're gonna need a lot of hemp. We're gonna need it not only for the tunics, but for example also for sail making if we ever want to produce more ships ourselves. The next opponent, Nivarias, is introducing himself, and we're gonna extend a greeting. Over here, this is not his island. It's over here, as a matter of fact. Coming out of the fogs right now, beautiful, big. It is the island that we've settled first when I started my first city in this game. And it really also offers a lot of space, but just not enough in comparison to ours. He's got some contracts, and I'm hoping no crates, only destruction missions, but there is one stroke of luck, and that's 13 tons of timber we can provide for 1,600 denarii. Let's get my ship back home, get me the wood, and get me the denarii. Now, since we have Aether in Albion, that means we are having those two as the only opponents, so we do not have 3 opponents in Latium. That also means that each opponent can be very powerful because they just can expand to more islands. Should pose an interesting threat then, especially mid-game onwards. Now, timber we have. The ship is still going to take some time, so I'm going to use my timber we have right now to get me more buildings going. I'm also going to get me another warehouse over here, and we have leveled up for the first time to a small vicus, as we're approaching, 200 people that are living now in the city. With that city upgrade also comes the city parameters, island fire safety, happiness, and belief. That also means that happiness is going to play a bigger role from now on. And as it happens, we have another building that provides happiness and population, which is important because we're running out of workforce. It's the tavern, of course. Let's get me the tavern going here in the center as well. Since we're very tight on parameters on these settings, we need to clump everything together, unfortunately, for the moment. And I'm gonna have me the first 2 then right here in the center. Provides me more happiness and also the workforce that we need. As we can see, my production can't keep up with demand. We need to get going on more production buildings. That's my hemp plantations over here. And I will also need to get me more sheep farms going. Beside this one here, another one here. That's another 2 tons of wool that we can produce. And I'm gonna have me my Helios Felter here and my spinner here for this new district, providing now the bonuses. And we do need more tunics though, so I'm gonna have me another spinner for these guys here. It's a bit of an overlap for the moment, but I think it's fine because we need the production. Any future tunic production I'm gonna implement then somewhere over here. A bit clumped together then. Once again, you are on time, Messalina. On time, having enough timber that we can now deliver. 13 tons is what we need, and we're gonna deliver it over then to Neff. And there is his harbor. Neff, by the way, is also expanding nicely. Got the tier 2 service buildings up and running already. Got himself a villa. He's probably up to no good. When we look closely at the map, we can see that there is a pirate ship. So the pirate is certainly also up to no good. And now I know where the pirate is. So the base must be somewhere here. We can have a look at the fog because it's usually coming out of the fog over here. I think we are staying on rather neutral terms until we find him. So I'm going to stay clear of this area for the moment. Also like the view of the fog around that tower there. We have arrived once again just on time to deliver the timber and get a bit positive again with denarii. Now there is a huge cooldown on these contracts, so we need to wait quite some time before we can do them again. We've done now all 3 contracts. That means no more free money coming out of these for a while. That means we need to find new ways of making money. Of course, taxes is nice. They're growing now, so that's something. But the game also suggests that we should have trade treaties with rivals, and boy, I would like to do this. Let's try it out with Saura. She usually is someone that is easy to reason with, but a trade treaty at this point is not working out. Perhaps she should test it herself at some point, as passive trade is quite something to value. Oh, I forgot, there is still someone else. One more opponent or one more NPC we should find. So we found Valeria. And, could be tricky. Let's get a bit closer to the pirate base and hope that we can discover that last NPC. He will also have a contract for us. In the meantime, I do have the manpower. I have some finances, some money. And we have a river slot over here. It's a beautiful one, where the river is forking. And here, of course, we're going to have a bridge at some point, but bridges are expensive. I'm not going to do this just yet. Instead, we're going to use this, of course, for our first clay pit to start the production of my second construction material. And for this, we're also going to need now coal. The coal I can get out of the river here somewhere, or out of the forest, sorry, somewhere here. I'm also going to need me another warehouse. And we can have the first tileries now. These increase the fire risk of the surrounding area, so I'm going to stay clear of my city with those, but close enough to the clay collector. Let's build all of that with the timber we have. The maintenance cost is really high, so it's dropping us by 100 denarii right away, all of these buildings here combined. And we're also out of wood. But at least we have now tiles coming in soon. I think I'm gonna enjoy the views of this island during the course of this Let's Play. And just to give you an idea how big this island is, this mountain here still belongs to this island. Since we have the timber, I would like to finish my next houses, especially now here on the lower side, so that we get rid of the nasty blueprint mode more and more. We're gonna reinforce the industries. That means more sheepies. And also more hemp. The next city status has been reached. A large vicus we are. And with that we also get the first knowledge points now that we can use for researching. Oh, and by the way, I totally forgot, we need to get a goddess going, and Ceres, of course, is the one that I would like to set, because it gives me that additional population out of resident buildings.
Oh,
very important that we do this. There she is, Diana. Once again, just on time. My Messalina, trustworthy ship, and as we can see, he's got a contract and a beautiful island, of course. I'm not getting sick of those views. Okay, she's got some deliveries. 2 crates for 2,000 or 40 tons timber for 3,000. I'm not gonna go ahead with this because this would slow us down. Let's get the crates. One is here. And the other one is all the way up here. Besides building new houses, we can also continue with the upgrading, especially here in the town center. Unlocking us, once again, the next buildings. Now, with the tiles coming in now and a bit of coin, we can start with our first tier 2 service building, the Grammaticus. And with the reading of poetry and philosophy comes the real risk of becoming overly clever. And 1,000 denarii it costs me, something we can afford. Beautiful building, and I would like to get me this going here somewhere in the center. It's a bit hard for me to see where the front is. I think this one here, because you get the statues. So I would like to get this one here going. With that, we got the research now unlocked, finally. And not only a beautiful building, but also now a beautiful research tree that we have unlocked. Saranito gives me a generous gift. This is 10,000 denarii, and this is something that's, I think, scripted at this point. It's nice to get this one. We have to accept it if I want to go with a trade treaty with her at some point. Declining it usually lowers my reputation. So I'm gonna go ahead. Yes, thank you very much for the money. And we can continue now with the researching. As always, my first ones here, trading post upgrade, spinner knowledge that we get out of that. Also fishing hut upgrade. Income from fishing huts is not that important to me this time around because the fishing huts are not so close to the city. So that's something I keep away. The market forces though, so the effect range of markets is increased by 25%, is something though I want to get as well. Now speaking about the service buildings, there's one more, the Sanctuary. A tranquil respite from the hustle and bustle, the Sanctuary opens its gates to the quietly devoted. Gives me happiness and belief bonus, costs me another 1,000 coin, and is something I definitely want to have somewhere. And yeah, just here, I think, close to the main road, a nice entry. And as you can see, the range is huge. It is basically affecting both of my districts. And once we have the roads paved, the range is going to be even bigger. So let's go ahead and get this one going right here. With the nice boost, it's also just a lovely building overall. Now this island offers vast land to build and we should tap it. I would like to now finally build me our first bridge. It's going over that river here right in the center. And this first bridge costs me 8 tons of timber and some denarii, easy as pie. And as you can see, we can then always just continue adding more to the side. Can we do this? Can I not do this now? This might be bad for us because I want to have a big bridge in the center. There's an interesting problem here because I think, so here we will definitely not be able to get a big bridge going, right? It could be this one. Could be, yeah, we can't build a bridge anyway here, but I think you need the sandbanks to build bigger streets, you know, or bigger bridges. So this one here might be one of the main ones. The problem is there is no sandbank here anywhere, right? We got this area here, which looks tempting, but I'm not gonna waste my timber now and experiment. So for now, I'm gonna use this road that we already have, and we'll just see how we model this one later. I'll look at the space here, and yeah, right over here, I would like to get me something going, and that is a second village. And for that, I would like to start with my villa, which is the building that we're gonna need if we want to start some proper protection and also prestige generation. And I think this is a lovely spot right here on this hill where the city goes up, right, or where the island goes up. And right up here, I can have then my road going down here.
Your first soldiers think they're ready.
And with that, we also unlocked us our first soldiers. And yes, this is where we are when there's not that much
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your
busy
cities.
work to be done at the city. And it's a gorgeous view all the way up here. Quiet and remote, where we can look down on our growing city. And yeah, right here, somewhere I would probably like to get going with a second village. We do have this beach area that I definitely want to take into account for this road. So I'm gonna get me my road then all the way down here at some point. City status upgrade. Oh no, once again small because oh no, that's just an error message because we lost a couple of people when we built the villa. And then I'll probably go all the way up here then towards a temple or something like that. And here, yeah, let's take into account that we're gonna need some bigger roads again. But here I would like to start now a second town. And there you go. Starting somewhere here, close to that villa, so we might enclose this one here into a proper wall at some point, right, so that we have then several villages here growing together, and these guys here, well, they will tend then the fields out here because we got lots of space.
One of your cities is at risk of a great fire.
They'd need someone to tend them, no doubt.
One thing that makes sense, for example, because of the elevation, is to have some sheepies here, as we're gonna need more of them. Roaming these very, very steep hills. Incredible how high it goes here.
Rise with the stars.
We can turn in the next contract
I really,
with the 2
really
crates.
owe you.
Get me even more
Just
money
this.
out of that. And with that, the expenses of the villa and the new village are already in again. Let's get over here, because we should be thinking about settling now another island. And yeah, islands that are close to us make the most sense. So this one here would be one before the AI snatch it. The AI has not expanded yet, but it can happen anytime now. And sometimes they're not quite rational about the islands they take. So if it's that one here, we might have a problem. We also have a problem if we do not provide some fire protection now. So I would like to start with my first Vigilis somewhere here with the +2 to get me out of the red zone again. Negative 400 is, yeah, not good, but not that bad either. And this is the area where I would like to expand next. We still have this, yeah, potential main road here. A smaller one that goes then into that area. This one's definitely a close-off. Right, so here we don't need anything else anymore. And here we have plenty of room now to keep the expansion going. Probably with a few more blocks of houses right here. Yep. And of course, also some service buildings, like a marketplace. But I'm thinking about, wait a second, this area to be an artisan row again. It makes sense to me, close to the market, to have something like that. And also close to another bigger road. So here we can have a bigger road then, where you have then a market, an artisan district, and whatnot. And on the other side of that road, well, we can have some buildings again. It's getting a bit tight here then towards the hemp plantations. And since we have some wood, let's go ahead and start building. This spot over here would be perfect for some smaller fishes. So let's go ahead and get me some more fishermen going. And you know what? Since I'm in the mood for it, we could also start another smaller settlement than here. But just some smaller blocks, nothing grand, nothing representative, that is. These people will not even have their own market for the moment. And let's go ahead, get me a warehouse going somewhere here. Perfect. Together with our next fisherman that we can then have here. Trading post improvements, very nice. That means there's a juicy upgrade coming in. By the way, this island houses so many features. Beautiful. And after our arduous hike, all the way up here, we can also enjoy the views of our freshly founded city. Oh boy, minor town it is. Once again, we leveled up. A Medici we can now build as well. And once again, my fire safety rating is through the roof. What's also through the roof is the cost of this island, 45,000 denarii. This would lead to bankruptcy if we go ahead with it. So I cannot afford this island just yet. We need to wait a bit more to make money. Perhaps some newly refreshed contracts will help us out on the path to my first island expansion. But the expansion in the meantime is more housing, right over here in the town center. We do have some forests here close to this smaller village, so it makes sense to me to have some smaller logging industry cut in right here as well. I really like the idea of using the terrain for my buildings, and this one's just perfect for that. We're not urban enough yet to really go with industrial production, so having a rural feel to everything, yeah, feels right to me. And yes, we have the trading post improvements, so let's go ahead and do this. The trading post here, our infrastructure building, we can now level up. This gives me, yeah, twice the island storage that we have right now, and also catapults to protect ourselves. Plus, it's just looking much nicer. The tax income goes up, at least for the moment, so let's afford us a second Vigiles, and that is gonna be over here, where we have more residential buildings. And I think I'm just gonna move those guys here, create me a new block of housing right here, so that we have the space available for another one. So once again, lower my fire safety risk. A third one even up here in my industry zone might help me out as well. There you go. And as always, let's expand the industry with another hemp plantation over here. And some more residential buildings here. Now, there was an idea, but that idea vanished again. This island here is just as expensive. So that's the one to the south. It would be fantastic because it would create a barrier between us and Nev. That is an island I would really prefer, to be honest, but we need the money. We got a gift, or a visitor at least, and the Roman Imperium is keen to support its governors. Funds were put forward to hire you an aide. Either it's gonna be Lupus, well, they're both Lupus, either it's gonna be Brutus or Gaius. Ready to make my choice? We don't need to know much more, because Brutus gives me the workforce from the residences boost, whereas Gaius is just a specialist that boosts the markets in range, but that is something that's really not that important to me right now. So let's go ahead with the workforce, because we're gonna need a lot of it. Finally, the Emperor is introducing himself. Gnaeus Firmius Calidus, and the former legate of the Legion. And yeah, hail him jovially, of course, as it's a nice boost to my early reputation with him. We're not gonna be the best of friends, I guess. We, by the way, breached 1,000 people living now in our city. And once again, also my ship is coming into the port. And with 21 tons of tiles, because Valeria has a very good contract here that gives me close to 4,000 denarii out of that. So I'm gonna accept. And we also have, well, Brutus Julius Lupus on board. And he's just quite valuable. 25,000 denarii we get out of that. I'm not gonna go with the bonus we're getting out of him. And with that money, we can finally now settle on a new island. I would really like to go for this one. They have the same, almost the same fertility. And the most important one is, of course, then here the resin and the olive. Both of them have it. There's also a bit of marble here. And it is a perfect spot as a buffer towards Nev. So I would like to settle here. We'll just see if he allows it, because he should also be settling anytime now. He's got a lot of ships already roaming the ocean. Let's hope that we have more money than him. Market forces were researched. With that, all my markets have now a bigger range. And so it is. I can't believe how lucky we are to get us this island here for the 45,000 denarii, leaving us with 9,000 left. But that was a valuable purchase. With that, we got this out, the land here. We got a nice, safe corridor to my main harbor, right? So they're very close together. And yeah, we got ourselves the island that will produce resin and olive for us. Really nice, and also, of course, demands now a second city that we can create here. And to honorably finish this episode with the next tier, this city now finally deserves, or with the next city status, this city now deserves a proper name. In honor of this great mountain here, it's gonna be Olympus, our, well, future Roman megacity that is. Welcome to Olympus. I hope you're having a great time. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Olympus, a new city that is growing right now in Latium as of the last episode, and we are back right away with our, well, towns we should say, because we get a bunch of them right now. We also have a smaller city or village over here, and we do have a smaller fishing village down there. The idea of course is that all of this is growing together over time. Another thing I would like to add is a smaller farming village now over here, because we need it, so we have demands that needs to be satisfied, and for this reason I'm continuing now with my next bridge right away. Somewhere here we can afford it quite easily, and over here we do have lots of space again. It doesn't really look like it's a lot of space, but trust me, it is. Let's have, now here's the question. Should we have the road here or right through the middle? I think I'm gonna go through the middle with this. And then we have this road basically continuing over here as well somewhere. This is gonna take a long time before we reach that area though. Because for now, what I would like to have is, I would like to have a few houses here. Not that much necessarily, but of course a few. And yeah, we don't even need to have this one as a main road for the moment, right? So it's basically going to be these buildings here with, let's just say, a market somewhere here as well. And all that it is really doing now is adding some farmers that will work the fields here. And what kind of fields, you may ask? Well, of course, it's gonna be the most important resource that we have, as we have unlocked tier 2 now, somewhere here, and that is bread. And bread gives you a lot. Most importantly, a lot of workforce for tier 2. That's the important thing. But also income. And we do need always income. And let's just check it out. I mean, I'm not super happy with how this looks. Let's open up a bit of a street over there. So we have a bit of a plaza right in front of our market where people can trade. And one more thing we need for this area too is, of course, a warehouse. I'm gonna have the warehouse somewhere here. So we can still add another road to this area. Very nice. And then we can basically start with our grain farms. The reason why I can afford to do this is because bread is something that's usually not very high on demand. So we're probably going up to, yeah, 6 tons of bread with a very large city. So that means we basically need tops 6 ton or 6 wheat farms, right? It's really not that much. And let's just have these wheat farms also so that it kind of like looks a bit nicer. So we have one here. Let's just have a look how we can do this. Another one I would probably like to have then in the middle of this, right? So we can have a wheat farm like so. I'm really trying to do some new things here, right? So this wheat farm has its own little road connection. We can go ahead and have another one then here again. That makes this one. I would definitely like to have another one out here. Just where we have then this river. I'm going to make the road over there. Can we build a bridge here? Oh, we could. You can have a bridge over those smaller decorative islands. That's interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. And then I probably would like to have another one here. I'm gonna switch it around, like so. And then we can have those fields right along my farming village, right? And with that, we already have way more wheat than what we need, but we're gonna need the wheat anyway. So that's that. The cost of these is really small, so We can actually also keep them just for decorative reasons. Next, we need the grain mills. And with those, we have a bit of a problem because we need river slots that function with those. And I would like to have another road going up here, where we can have our first flour mill now, together with probably a warehouse a bit further up here. So this one's picking up now the grain and processes that into flour. That's already 2 tons of flour we can produce with that. And with that, I only need now the bakeries. Unfortunately, with the bakeries, these here increase the fire risk. I'm still going to have some bakeries in my city, right? Despite that risk, I love the income boost that we get out of them. And I also love them for, yeah, some lower reasons. You know, having bakeries close to the city makes sense. And that's why I'm going to have some bread production here in the middle of my town. And probably, yeah, another one up here at the edge of it as well. With that, the bread is already finished. Can we add another Vigilis somewhere? Yeah. This one here should get it. So I'm going to have... Actually, I'm gonna have this one here, so we get the farmer village and the grain farms in. It's not a lot though that we save, so yeah, I will need another one here, reduce the fire risk, and then this fishing village also gets one, but it's not giving me a lot of bonuses. You see, the problem is that the city status and the production that we have a far greater penalty on this difficulty, so we just have to live with it for the moment. Happiness wise, yeah, that's my custodia. So my police, as a matter of fact, is increasing the happiness of my citizens. So let's go ahead and get me my first custodia in somewhere here. And I would like to have these service blocks kind of like, right? So you have this one where both of them are together. And I think this makes a lot of sense. In the back, we have then a bit of room, for example, to add a shrine, or to add a well, or these 1-tile service buildings, or 4-tile service buildings. So that's something we can save up as well. Let's get some timber and get this over to my latest island that we have settled in the last episode. So this is a massive one. And this one's gonna be quite helpful for us for our new productions. I love the sights. As always, this game delivers visually. The new island that we have still needs a patron god. So of course it's... I mean, since we will have the olive, Ceres still makes sense, right? I'm gonna have her once again on this. Mars doesn't make sense, you know, Neptune doesn't make sense at all. And the other ones don't give me that much bonuses, or that many bonuses. So Epona is really nice when you have a lot of animal husbandry. But once again, that's something we don't have. So Ceres, once again, is the only goddess that makes sense to me at this point. What also makes sense is to disrupt another block and add a Medicus somewhere here in the city center. But I just realized that this is a horrible coverage, even if we pave the roads. So let's get rid of this spinner here. We have 2 spinners close together that I don't really need. And with that, we open up a bit of space here for a Medicus right behind the tavern. A much better coverage. And with paved roads, we can further enhance it. And at least get out of the red zone with the island health for the moment. It's at this point that the bread is coming in. And with that, a nice boost to my population and to my income once more. Also, we unlock the next demands that we can then fulfill. One thing I would like to boost is my tile production. Right now, we're only having 1 chain finished. I would like to add a 2nd chain. That means, you know, 1 chain is all the production buildings necessary to have a maximum income out of it. So in this case here, let's have another one. The problem are my island slots. I can have another one here. And there's also my warehouse for the job. So let's make the connection. And you know what, let's go a bit with that. Different road shapes is something I really enjoy in this game. This one here actually doesn't look that nice. That is my bakery. Have it like so for the moment. Because here we might want to add a bunch more buildings. Meanwhile, my ship has arrived at my second island. And here we can now start with the next town. Just like that, somewhere here in the center. With a double road, most likely, going all the way here. And then we're probably breaking it up. There is a forest over there. Perfect, that we can use for my first logging industry. Because of course, we also want to have a logging industry on the second island. So it's going to be one here and here. Together with 2 sawmills then as well.
In one of your cities.
Getting the fish going, number 1. Basically using all the rest of my workforce. One thing you need to do, unfortunately manually, is closing the gap between the 2 streets. Right, because the game has a bit more detailed road building system at this point. And I'm still not totally used to it, so sometimes I need to redraw my roads. And what we can do here, of course, once again, starting a smaller settlement. Nice, let's build them with the rest of my timber together with the tavern to keep everyone happy. And yeah, that's of course our workforce that we can start now to get me my next productions going. By the way, I love this rock here. Fantastic. Didn't realize it before. It even reminds me a bit of Gibraltar. Beautiful looking right here at the coastline. There's a quest coming up. A Libertus quest. There's a new hire at the local taberna who claims he can cook anything and possible thing. Worried something might be fishy here. Why? A good cook? Absolutely reasonable. And over here is the said cook. The rumors are true, I can cook anything, provided of course I possess a jar of the culinary world's shining star, the Pallas Oleum, which I fear I currently lack. Retrieve some of the Lily Bayon stores and I'll cook you a meal that could stoke a stoic's desire. Right, where's that? That is over here. And I can get my ship to acquire that. Timber production is rolling. Once again, I would like to increase its capacity. I'm gonna have me another lumberjack. And I'm jumping back to Olympus right away. So a lot of jumping, as always, in the beginning. Because there's something else we need to get going right away. And as a matter of fact, there's a lot of things that we need to get going right away. The first one is some upgrades. Especially here in the town center. Around my service buildings. So we maximize the yield we're getting out of them. Fantastic. Still 156 Libertus workforce available. And with that also unlocked us the next products. Products it is, a lot of them we need. There is something specific that I would like to go ahead with, and that's the fashion category, because there's 2 very valuable production chains that we can kind of like combine. That's the sandals and the soap. And we can combine them because we got the lavender on this island, which is something I usually don't have on the main island. Fields of lavender it is, and lavender is something that increases the happiness of the surrounding area. So I would like to have some of those lavender fields here, as a matter of fact. Right where we have our town coming together, right? And it makes sense to have then one of those lavender fields here. It's producing though very slowly. So this one here has a production rate of 0.5 tons per minute, which is almost nothing. But I'm still gonna try and utilize what we can. So we can, yeah, safely use 2 of them here. Oh, this looks really nasty though. Okay. We'll need to do something here. Why is there a white border? It's a stone wall that has been added. Never really realized that this is a thing. Alright. This needs to be a bit more orderly though. So let's... Oops. Okay, we have different shapes here. This looks also nasty. Can I have another one up here? Fortunately not. But now at least. Okay, so this looks a bit cleaner now. But holy cow, lavenders have the most horrible border between them. So I don't know why there's a stone wall when lavender fields are bordering each other. Visually, this doesn't look good. Let's have... So that's 2. So this must be a very happy village now. I can have another one then down here. But this is already a ton of lavender now coming in. And with that, we can fulfill the demand for soap. Another thing up here is... Let's get me another sheepy going. And 2 more lavender fields right over here. Because we need to have a production surplus of this at least. With that, one more thing is missing. And that's the piggies. Pig farms, and we do need the pig farms now for the sandals and for the soap. And fortunately, pig farms are rather quick with their production, so it's 2 per minute, 2 tons. So that one of them is fine for the sandals and one of them is fine for the soap. So we double that to 4 to have a bit of a surplus there as well. And we're gonna have them a bit further out here in this wilderness area, where my roads are splitting up a bit towards that fish town down there. And here I can have now 4 of them. They reduce the health of the surrounding area. And that's the first 2 that we can have. And then I can basically double this one and put it into a plumerind on the other side. And this here is already enough for a city of twice that size for 2 consumer goods. Isn't that incredible? Just those few fields here. So you really don't need a lot of pigs, fortunately. One thing we still need is the salt ponds. Yeah, we can also have this one now here in my fishing village. So they are expanding their industry from fish to also now salt. 2 of them I will need. So I'm just going to build me 1 right now to meet demand, because we don't want to waste too many resources there. And then that's the tannery as well. Once again, that's something that reduces the happiness. So I'm going to have the tannery here close to my piggies because, you know, it's already a nasty area. So 4 of them is more than what we need, because that's 4 tons already. So I need 2 of them only at the moment. Even though I might need all 4 of them. This brings me to my last ones, and that's now my sandal maker and my soap factory. And this is something that has no penalty, so it's a pure income boost. So it's one that I can have now in this artisan district here that we already have. And then in my second, more or less, artisan district. I mean, it's not really artisan, but it's starting to be one. Now I realize, of course, we're not maximizing the yield here at the moment. That's because I want to keep a coherent city image as well. So I'm going to be very careful where I'm adding those artisans. So this is one of them, and we're gonna stack that a bit closer together, so I can add me another one here, because we're gonna need a bunch of them. Now for the soap maker, there's still the renderer, and that's 1 minute again, so it's the same ratio as the tanneries that we have. So I'm gonna add me some 4 here together with another warehouse. Don't forget that at this point, since this is growing a bit, we need a city service, which is the Vigilis. So a bit of firefighting, bit of fire security. And I could have this one right next to my warehouse then, as we're gonna have more buildings. And you know what? I don't like the way this looks right now, so we're gonna clean it up a bit. I'm gonna put the farm outside a bit further, so, you know, that we don't have a farm in the middle of all of this. Towards the mountain, it's fine to me, but a bit further outside, I would rather not have it. So we can have a farm all the way out here, as a matter of fact, because there's also a warehouse close by. So that's exactly what I would like to do in this area. Then we have our warehouse, then we have the fire station, and then we have our industrial buildings here. Right, so it's those guys there to finish me my sandal production. Luckily, the sandal maker has a huge range, so this warehouse over here is being reached. So we have now a bit of a surplus production for the sandals and get the income boost out of it as well. By the way, I should get me my next 2 tileries now going, because of course we have a second clay collector. So the clay is coming in at this point. Let's get them over here. And this charcoal burner is still working at almost 100%. Because they can live with a reduced radius. But I will probably need another one now, since we're consuming the coal. So over here we have a bit of a forest area. Let's use this in addition. Get the first riots, because happiness is not looking too fantastic, but that's about to change soon, especially once we get the soap and the sandals. The soap, I think, are adding a lot of happiness. So that's my rendering works now. Yeah. They looks like they're cooking something explosive. And now we just need the soap maker. And the soap maker is once again a building with a penalty. That is a happiness reduction. So I'm gonna have this one right here beside my pig farms. 2 more we can add then here to make this block complete. And that's gonna add then 2 tons of soap already now to this area. And yeah, as you can see, there's a bit of an industry area now growing here between the 2 towns here, right? And this town here is then growing with that towards that area. Okay, we can pick up the cook now, or the requisition, the oleum. Not the cook, but the oil. And this one we basically bring back now to advance this quest line. Advancing is something I like to do, so we finish also the next blocks here now. And that probably tips it with the fish, so I'm gonna need 1, 2 more. And I think we have finished all the research. So I would like to do something else now, and that is over here, the fish markets, income area effect from the fishing huts. That is something that makes sense to me now, since we have then this area now very close to my fisheries. Gives me another straight income boost. We can also continue with unlocking a warehouse organization, so warehouse upgrade and depots. All very quick on the research. So I would like to kick in the Night's Watch right away, and also the Quota Mastery for my cargo weight slowdown reduction and cargo slot increase for the flagship. More important though is that we get another patrol then from the Vigiles, so in case there's a fire, we can douse the flames faster. And there's the oil coming in. What do we get out of this tiny quest? I think we just needed to click on this. We need to make a choice. The Mad Cook is poised to prepare a portion, provided he's provided with provisions. He requests 1 ingredient from you. We have the hemp, we have the sandals now. Let's give him the sandals. And will we join him, or will your palate remain soulless? Let the Libertos be the sole judge, or yeah, we sample it ourselves. The sandals have been transformed miraculously into a buttery, luscious morsel. For a moment you feel a contented ox grip. What? Am I really literally eating sandals right now? The cook surely deserves an apt reward for the Ambrosian delight. And let's hire him. I think we get an item now out of that, right? Yeah, there's the Mad Cook. We could sell him for another 25,000 denarii. Or we can use him to increase happiness, health and knowledge from taverns. Bear in mind, this is always just the range around a villa building. So these items are way less powerful than in 1800. So selling this one could also be an option for us in the future. Let's get some tiles in the meantime to my second island now. In the meantime, soap and sandals are now satisfied, so that's more population now. And the soap, that's the important thing, gives me also a +2 health boost. So with that, we should also, once again, get out of the red range for health. The tiles are arriving on my second island, and we're gonna need them because here we now have the olive production, which requires tiles, or the olive farms. The same goes with the resin tapper. And the resin tapper needs tier 2 population, whereas the olive only needs tier 1 population. So this is something where we need to, focus then on upgrading that town a bit further. Now, for the olive, we're gonna need a lot of it, right? So olive is a very important resource, the olive oil especially, and with that also we need it for this island here too, right, for the population. So we need to provide 2 cities with the oil, and that means we need, lots and lots of those farms. Farmland number 1 will be then here, so I can have my depot somewhere there. And then we just have basically the olive fields surrounding that. They're very slow, unfortunately, with their production. So it's another farm that is just a 0.5 per minute, which really adds then a lot of these here. Let's just, oh, we can have them. I think one more here towards this area, so that we can have the road then down here like so. Perfect. And then I can add, yeah, another one here, another one here, and probably another one here. And look at how many fields we're gonna need. And if you think this is a big production, you're very well mistaken, because this is only 3 tons of oil. Or of olives, that is. Before we get this finished, we will need ships for the trade routes that we want to start. And for that, let's start with our 2 productions that we need. That's the ropes with the hemp. So here, I basically just need to increase my hemp production. I'm going to do this with adding 3 more. And we're going to add also 2 more spinners, because we already need more clothes. Right, with that we have a surplus. And we still have 1 ton of hemp left. Enough for 2 rope makers, because they only have 0.5. And this is an industry that basically causes no pollution, but also no bonuses. So it's one of those that we can have then here in this area, right? In this harbor area that is growing, having the rope makers here makes sense to me. And the same applies then to my sail maker. So we can have here, yeah, 2 of them again. Potentially on the other side of this harbor area, together with, well, my first shipyard. That shipyard, let's have it also somewhere here, with a bit of a buffer zone between. And let's build both of them, and my shipyard. Okay, Nav loves it. And now we just need to wait for a few ropes and sails to come in. It was quite expensive. The research has been finished, so with that we're boosting now a bit of my income there. With that, it's quite a lot in fact, right? It's plus 3 coin for building surrounding that. So I definitely want to have a second district over here to maximize the yield coming out of this. And we just need to make sure that we have these service buildings in a proper location. So I think this would look the best. Let's just get the blueprints going and then have this road here finishing that as well. I'd in fact build them. Why not? Why slow down? And I just need a lot more fish though. That road system is still something I need to get used to. That's a lot of coin coming out of just one village now. And yeah, as the taxes are improving, there's also my coffers. And do we have enough fish? We have. The thing is, if you want to build up a big city, you need to have several smaller cities as well to provide the productions. You know what? I'm gonna sell the Mad Cook because we need the money. At this point, I have a very realistic chance of selling here as well. Since the opponent, they have settled now, but they have settled on islands a bit further away from us. So it's this one here that Neff took, and it's over here that Zara took. Alright, so both of them are towards the other side of the map. So he's going more towards the south and she's going more towards the west. So the north is available for us. So we should quickly rake up some money so that we can afford the next island settlement. Research-wise, we are breezing through the lower tiers. So I would like to unlock us the repair crane. It's another very quick research that leads then into the carpet Civitas, so the torching speed of the infantry is increased, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is that we unlock this milestone here that gives me then access to placement of towers on the ocean, or on the ocean. So with that we can then save harbor space and build up some proper harbor defenses. Another thing we can go ahead with is equip our legendary captain, Mary Path, that increases movement speed and hit points of my flagship. Really nice. So this is something you get out of the Hall of Fame. I haven't equipped it up to this point to not cheat the early exploration stage, but we're past that. Now it's all about the speed that my ship gives me. So let's go ahead and sell the Mad Cook, and we might also want to work on some of those contracts again to make additional money, since this is quite valuable. She has crappy no ones. Crate collection is always something I'm very fond of. That would be then somewhere, where is it? Somewhere up here. Oh, whoa. in the far north, not too far away from us. So we can combine this mission. I'm just really also surprised how fast Neff is with building up ships. So he's even faster than Miss Hunt, I think. In the early stages, already 4 warships waiting in his harbor. And it baffles me because, you know what? These ships are really expensive. So besides just the basic building materials, one of the basic warships will cost you 4,000 denarii and a civilian is 1,500. So we are using our hard-earned money to build me the civilian one. This is going to be important for opening up our first trade. And since we have that ship now coming, it's also time to finish those first olive fields. I'm going to go ahead with 4, which is already going to be quite expensive, especially on my tiles. And yeah, we can then transport that olive over. I'm not going to have the olive presses on this island here, because that would lead to a huge demand in workforce that we simply do not have on the island for a long time. At this point, we're getting an all-out war declaration from Neff. And this is a surprise to me, because not even in my Extreme series did he ever declare war on us. And now he's doing it already. So I have no idea how we can do this, because we do not have any kind of defense right now, save for my flagship. Things are getting a bit wild now. And I think this is the perfect moment to stop the episode, get a nice cliffhanger in, and just see how an all-out war from Neff looks in the early stages of this game. Hope you enjoyed this one. I might enjoy this one. Stay tuned. Well. An all-out war declaration. I was not expecting this. And we're back here right away with Olympus. Moments after Neff declared all-out war against us. And we'll just see how that turns out. The first thing I need to do as soon as possible is selling my Mad Cook and getting my ship back home again. So the 25,000 denarii, of course, I take with me gladly. And now we need to get the ship back home, because I really don't want to lose it. The next thing that we should be doing ASAP is building up defenses. Now, Neff is probably going to... So the goal, by the way, is domination. So the Emperor will also take no side in this conflict. This is something that I don't understand, because it's all-out war. That early usually comes with a penalty. And yeah, he's got quite the ships now moving towards me at this very moment. And the good thing is that since we're so early in the game, I'm not expecting him to have any troops. Oh, that was a mistake to say. He's got a lot of troops, as a matter of fact. We'll just see how we do this. So first of all, we got the villa a bit further up here. So the villa should be safe for the moment. I'm going to immediately put up some defenses and fortifications. That's something we need to do. And I'm probably, I mean, here it's pretty hard for me to see where we can engage the terrain. Is this one? No, that's this one, right? So that's my first wall in the side entrance here. And look at the amount of stuff this costs me. Also the weapons, that's something that worries me. Let's actually cancel this again. Why does this wall cost me weapons? It's because of the wooden gate, which by default costs you weapons, because the wooden gate acts as a tower as well that protects you. Alright, that's not so bad. But since we have a lot of entrances into my city potentially, we need to be careful where we place those walls. Right, so I would rather place down some archer towers, because that costs me less and provides also some fortification. We have not researched the tech yet that gives me access to water towers. So I'm just going to go ahead here now and place me some of those as close as possible. So you can really have a whole bunch of them close. Yeah, this one's possible too. Here we would have 3 now, together with my ships that we can have then here. The problem is we're now out of weapons, right? So we haven't started it yet. I was not expecting such an early war declaration. Workforce wise, it's okay. I will need to upgrade at least one of my blocks here to also get me some additional plebs out for my productions. Next, we do have, however, iron on this map, which is great for us because I can now start my own little weapon industry. And yes, of course, this area here makes the most sense to me right now to start that business. Yeah, gonna have me my first iron. Then we'll need the furnace. And as I can see, I can afford 2 furnaces for 1 iron mine. Very good. And a bit further over here, we can then start with the weaponsmith. And we can have, yeah, 3 weaponsmiths. I'm gonna go ahead with 2 for the moment. And a warehouse. And we probably should also worry about some fire protection here. Even though that really doesn't do so much. There you go. Alright, so that's the first one. The harbor should be kind of like fine for the moment, especially with my flagship coming in. The most important thing, of course, will be that fleet that we have and also weapons to defend ourselves. This island here is problematic. It's huge and it has a lot of entrances, and I just don't have the resources to get this cracking. The first thing we can do is we can upgrade the trading post. Gives it more hit points and also catapult to protect itself. Not gonna be enough though, right? So he's... oh yeah. What is going on? Like, we're in episode 3? This is way above Miss Hunt's level, so I have no idea how we could potentially defend ourselves against this mess. I'm going to get rid of my last weapons and build me 1 more tower, because that's really all I can do. Okay, also, gonna need a bit more coal. Where should I have the coal? Here we still have... very good. I mean, my fire risk problem is just getting more severe at this point. There's not that much more I can do in this area. What we also will need, of course, is more workforce. So, because of the war, we need to expand the city. And for this, we have several options. This area here should be my Colosseum at some point, right? So I was thinking about this one here as a very good Colosseum point, because it's relatively flat. And... you know, because here it's already going steeply up, so the Colosseum is much bigger than this area there. So in this case here, this one is my Colosseum. Here we got some industry. So if I want to continue with the expansion, it's probably going to be this area here. So that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm building me another road here just along the riverbank, like so. Keeping a bit of a distance there. And we can and should also have a bit of a road going up like that. And here we could have a bridge then, a pretty big one at that too, that goes then into the Colosseum area at some point. Don't forget, this is main road or main street stuff, so I'm going to make this one a bit bigger right away. And I'm really hoping that we can make something here. But this whole area is not final. I really just want to get me some more workforce going. Looks nasty. A bit better. Before we expand, we also need to think about the aqueduct. So the aqueduct will probably start here, number 1, and number 2 then probably up there. Perhaps, we'll just see. And that means that this area here is already reserved for the aqueduct then, going into this block. Then we have one going into this block, right? And then it's probably gonna go along the river here into that block. So here we need to keep a bit of a space somewhere where I can get the aqueduct through. So I might be thinking about something like that. There is a tiny spot in between now where we can place it down, right? So that one here would be an option. And here we do have then the aqueduct coming down as well somewhere here. So this is something that we need to take care of before we place down all these buildings. Otherwise it's going to be nasty later. Let's have the first blocks of houses then here right away. I'm trying to not exaggerate on that because it's just increasing my consumption rates there too. And oh, very nice. We also finished our first civilian ship. This one. Cannon fodder, you might call it. It doesn't really last. And it also cannot shoot back. So Neff is now approaching my secondary island. And at this point, and there's no defenses here, right? So he's probably gonna wreck the trading post. Now, there is one thing that we could do, but we can't because we don't have the tiles. Getting me the governor villa going. Problem with that is now that perhaps my... Wait a second, my flagship is pretty fast, so I'm gonna try and do it with that. The thing is, we should really get that governor villa going before that fleet arrives. We should be there faster or quicker because he's got the bigger fleet. And we're now sailing over there. Weapon production online. Now we get the first weapons out. That's gonna be important to start building up a fleet then and protect our other borders. Now I think we could lose the flagship.
There are signs of public unrest.
Let's unload and let's immediately turn around. Very good. And the thing is, once I place... So there's one thing that happens now. If he... I mean, this was really close and I love the pause function for this. If he would destroy the trading post now, we would lose the island, right? But if we build a villa now, he needs to have infantry as well going in here. So we can kind of like prolong that. And I'm going to have me, my villa up here because this is easily defendable terrain from what I can see. I mean, this one here would look even better. Yeah, you can see that, right? Having a villa here could make a lot of sense because we only have one point of entry here, all the way up here. There you go. Let's just get this road down because otherwise the city is not connected anymore. Very good. So now, destroying this trading post here won't do. How does he have so many ships at this point? It's incredible. Yeah, that's going down fast now. The catapult that we upgraded will not make a difference. Damaging some ships. Okay, nice, but that's, that's it. Alright, trading post is down. Nothing else will happen now. Alright, so he needs to destroy the villa as well to take over this island, and that will be a bit harder for him. We're trying to get some weapons over there in time. Now, back in Olympus, we do have a couple of problems right now. The first one is workforce. Do we run, or are we running out of anything? No, we are not running out of anything at the moment. So, I could work on porridge, or I'm just gonna expand my smaller cities that we have. And also my fishing village. I need a few more farmers. Not that many, but still enough so that we... Oh, wait a second, let's have it actually... Go. And here I wanted to have some more artisans, so I'm gonna reserve that space. Getting really tight now into that area. Here we have the Colosseum, Main Street, and you know what? I'm considering also expanding here, so this is entirely possible. We could have some very long blocks of houses here, but rather like so. This makes a bit more sense. Alright, that's a lot of additional workforce coming in that we'll also need to upgrade. So especially here in the center, we can do this. Oh, we sank a ship. And that's because some of his ships are passing my flagship that is for some reason stuck over there. Oh, 37 tons of marble. That's way ahead of us if he really has marble. Alright, workforce is flooding in now. That's important. Let's quickly check out my consumption. It's the fish that is a problem, and the tunics, the hats, quite a lot of things. So hemp wise, we are consuming a lot of hemp as well here for the sails. I'm trying to get the hemp somewhere else in then. Fish, let's continue. I still cannot build them on the ocean, so we need to have them all here along the river. Like so. How much porridge do we need? 8 tons is a lot, right? If I want to get this production going, we're going to need a lot of porridge. Also have the police. I mean, I have 3 police stations, but the city status is just crazy. I can't do anything about it. Some vigiles, yes, right, but overall, there's not much more I can do right now. Okay, they're sitting around here at the moment, not going for my main harbor. But I will be careful what he's doing with his soldiers. How many weapons do we have in at this point? 5 tons, that's not enough. People, we are at war. What are you doing? We're fighting for our own survival and they're rioting. How fitting. I continue with improving the economy. So in this case here, we can have, yeah, a spinner over here in my second city. And I would like to have one here. So this all leads to a bit more coin and knowledge generation. Okay, very good. The Custodia is now working here. We got 3 of them. That is something where we have the research finished. And the repair crane is finished at this point. How much does it cost me? It's something we can afford. We could repair the flagship with that. But I think when the enemy attacks, this is wasted. I cannot possibly defend my flagship there. The first tier of warship costs 11 tons of weapons already. That is something we cannot do at this point. So I think defense is the best way of getting over this crisis here for the moment. Let's quickly check out diplomacy. What is going on with you? There will not be anything, right? So I cannot go with peace with him. I cannot go with a truce. And I will not give him a gift because we don't have that much money. I continue with my city expansion, so we have a few more blocks of houses now. There's another smaller main street that I would like to add. And don't forget, the aqueduct will be needed here at some point as well. So I'm going to make a dummy road here. That is going to be then the aqueduct surrounding area. Actually, wait a second. Let's not do it like that. Let's make a triple road and just reduce the triple road then to a double road. And one road is going to be the aqueduct. Gives me a bit of room to wiggle around. Also to have then a market here. Don't forget, this is now the market without any pavement. To me, it makes sense usually to have the market here at the very crossing, right? So it's usually a place where a lot of people are. So I think this makes the most sense. And I'm going to have my tavern a bit further over here then, with in between room to maneuver for service buildings. We will definitely also need a sanctuary here somewhere that I can think of. And a grammaticus is not super important for the moment, so I'm not gonna have this one. With the marketplace, I usually like to go with some artisan buildings. So here I'm gonna have a bit of room, right? So artisan buildings usually don't need that much space. So here we can add some artisan buildings and here a bigger one as well. We're really facing the issue with the fire, so we need to consolidate some of my industry zones. That's not really possible at the moment though. Yeah, let's have another Vigilis over here. I mean, we have so many. So this is something that is definitely a bit harder, or actually way harder than with Anno 1800. And that is those city status effects. They kick in so hard. And my buildings crumble despite having fire stations everywhere, right? So you just have to live with the consequences there. Let's repair before they crumble too. And since we have here a surplus of steel, let's go ahead and get me my next weaponsmith out. So with that we got 3 of them. That leads to a total production of weapons of 2 tons per minute. Which could be enough to slowly build up something if he doesn't attack. We have also enough Libertus workforce again. So let's go ahead and upgrade my jolly good people. Bunch more here and also here. Going to get me also some sheep farms again because we need more Pileus felters, and yeah, I would like to use that bonus so I can have another artisan building here And I'm probably going to have one here by my tunic production. And the city is pretty much covered. There is a bit of room here, so we could have another smaller artisan area here for the moment. I say for the moment because this will be downtown area, so it's not a place where I want to have too many artisan buildings. Now about those defenses, this area here is pretty nice for it, of course, because there is this tiny area. So despite having beaches here, even if it lands here, we can funnel all of that then into this area. And that should not cost me any weapons whatsoever. So we're gonna have a nice straight wall here. Some more here, 24 timber. And yep, that should be fine. And that will be fine. So we cut it off from over there. Then we have this beach area here. So here we will use some weapons as I'm trying to get over into this territory. I'm gonna blueprint this for now. And then we have the main area here, where we're gonna have a double gate that goes then all the way in here and all the way here. Yeah, with corners, the game provides you corners with the roads, the curves, but the structures cannot really do something with that. That is just a bit strange. So unfortunately we need to make here a hard cut, otherwise I cannot build that wall over it. And then I'm gonna move over there. Right, so that we start protecting this, and I can immediately build it once landing forces would arrive. So I'm just gonna keep this blueprinted for the moment, so that we can build it once some invasion is happening. What's word on the streets? Well, life is peaceful. My citizens really don't feel anything for the moment. Some of them are even getting quite fat. Research-wise, of course, it makes sense to go a bit more into my military area now. So here we have the encampment for the soldiers. Then we have the wall upkeep reduction. All of this is very quick. So this is 3 minutes. This is 5 minutes only. And then we have the coordinated volleys. So the attack speed of the towers is increased by 10%. Since we have a lot of towers and will be having a lot more towers, this makes a lot of sense to me too. Plus, it is the gateway to the tier 2 military attack over there. Down the road here, we do have also something very important. Here, I would like to go with the movement speed increase because, you know, the safer survival strategy is to be faster than the enemy, I think. So let's just get away with that, since I will not be able to build up a huge fleet for the moment anyway. And then we have the, cautious greeting here. This is the most important one. That takes quite a long time though, 41 minutes. Let's keep this open for now. It's the placement of towers in the water then. Also, this is important, really, the armor chain. So with that, we can start armor production, which is important for, getting my first army on the way. Neff is still parked in my secondary island. It's annoying because we cannot interact with it for the moment. And the reason for that, why he's doing this, of course, is, he cannot get anywhere or go anywhere, right? So the main harbor area here is heavily fortified at this point, and he also does not have, or for some reasons, he's not sending over the troops at the moment. He's giving me a period of grace there, it seems, before he does anything. So we should really use this. The problem is that this island does not have iron, so there's no way for me to make weapons. Also, my trading post is destroyed, so I cannot trade with anyone. Right, so I'm really a bit in a problematic situation there. One thing I can do, because actually I also cannot do this because we do not have enough timber. Without the trading post, my maximum island storage is 25 tons. That is not enough to build even a tiny wall. I can build it in segments. I can build it like so. Okay. Now we need to wait for the timber, and then I can finish the other segment. Let's get the wall over there though. Right, so we could start building up some basic fortifications here along the beaches. But this won't do, right? This is just giving me a bit of more time if he attacks. And that's it. One thing I can absolutely do, start trading weapons. we do have a lot of money. So we will say buy weapons whenever we are below, 50 tons, which is usually always the case. And this is then my stock that I want to trade in. And weapons are not that expensive, right? I mean, they are expensive, but it's totally manageable when all things considered. So this is something I want to do. Now, the other thing that I want to do is getting to my discovery here, the trireme. Let's also queue this one in. And with the basic tier 1 ship, I will not be able to do much damage, right? So tier 2 it is, and that's also something I'm queuing in. And there's already a trader coming, so perhaps this is not looking so bad, and we're gonna get some additional weapons in, please. Yeah, 6 tons of weapons. Thank you very much. Neff, in the meantime, I was worried there for a second, but this was not an invasion force. He just settled on his 3rd island. There you go. Over here, it's really close to me. That's not so nice. Now, there are really not that many things I can do per se right now, because the weapon production and tier 2 warship is the highest priority. And yeah, we can of course keep the expansion going. The problem here is also that we'll reach the next city level with that. And that means that once again, my risks are going up. And I don't have the means right now to lower my city parameters. This is powerful, rammed earth discovery, so all my walls cost me less now in upkeep. The good thing is that Neff is at war with the pirate too, so that's a bit of a distraction. Unfortunately, he's not getting distracted so easily. If only they would be gone for just a few minutes, we could improve things dramatically. Weapons are coming in though, so one thing we should really get going now is our own infantry. So for this, I'm going to build the barracks now. And I'm probably going to have the barracks close to my villa, because I really want to, if it comes to that, protect both of them. And let's just have this one over here for now. And here we can now start with our troops. I don't have the legionaries yet, so this is another discovery that we can go ahead with. And as you can see, we are really breezing through that. So, what? Curious about the barracks, a source of Rome's might. Yeah. Legionic research. Now we have the volleys. This unlocks me then the legionaries down the road. They're going to be really important for me. And the other one that I would like to go for... Oh, wait a second. Do we have... Oh, the archers we have. Nice. The archers are already there, so let's start them. And look at how costly it is, right? So a lot of farmers we need to pay for this. Let's get the archers going. They're the most important units that we have when it comes to defenses, because those in combination with walls can be quite powerful. Also, my first warship that we built, a tier 1 warship it is, a Pentaconta. Not the strongest, but it's a start. Once again, the costs are though pretty high. So this is why, you know, the cheating of the AI is just a bit hard to swallow for me, because look at that. I mean, he needs to have a really massive city to support that many ships, which he doesn't have, you know. It looks like a big city, but it's not. So we barely can afford 2 or 3 ships. Okay, 10% boost for all of my towers. Very important. And in order to get my population up, let's also work on porridge. So that is something. It will cost me space, unfortunately. So here, I really don't want to have it, because this is getting a bit cramped. So I'm gonna get my porridge production up there. It's something we might just lose if he starts an invasion, but I don't care, right? Because I'm not entirely sure that he will invade anyway, at least not anytime soon. So here, it's safe to have a bit of that. Let's keep a bit of a distance there to the road. And how much porridge do we need? 8 tons, that's a lot. So 8 tons of porridge means that we need to have 8 porridge stands, alright, 9 that is, and 9 oat farms, just to keep the current demand satisfied. So this is a lot of porridge. Base-wise, they're not so bad, so I can use those here. And our first archers are ready as well. Okay, here we need to keep a bit bit of a road there. Or let's actually make this road there. That goes then to my harbor. 7 we have. 8. 9. So this would satisfy current demand plus a bit of a buffer. And then we just need the porridge stands. And yeah, those we will have right next to this. Because they don't provide any bonuses per se. So we can have 6 here. 3 here to get me the 9. And don't forget that we are also gonna need, have it on the other side, a firefighter again. Should we build all of this at once? Could be costly. It's okay. There you go. Production up and running. We're a bit negative on the Libertos workforce now, but that's only temporary, of course, because once the porridge comes in, we're gonna get a lot of workforce. And the cool thing is that the porridge is providing also population boost to my tier 2 residences. Right, so that's plus 2 on the population for the plebs and plus 2 for the Libertos. So that's quite powerful. I would like to use my timber to also get me a few more buildings going here. Get it with a pop. And I would love to build that shrine, but that is, yeah, costing me concrete that we don't have. We could, however, try, I mean, look at that. Passive trading gives me amphora. So I think, yeah, I think we have everything to upgrade to tier 3. That's a nice surprise to me. I love the passive trading in this game. He's now retreating with some of his ships. So this makes this main fleet here a bit smaller and more manageable for us. That would be great. And there's Kaizo as well. So he's the pirate. We're gonna be polite to him for the moment. We could use him as a potential ally, because I think Neff will be very hard to deal with in the future. Any ally we get our hands on is great. Let's continue. What? Oh, nice. Yeah, large town. There you go. Negative 2,500. Fire safety. This is my main road. This is gonna be a representative road down the road. Down the road, right? Going from here to here along the Colosseum. And with all of that out of the way, let's build me that wall here. I want to protect myself. As an entrance into my city. So this will be also very hard for him now, because he will not be able to get through that. We do need the timber, that's a surprise. We do not need the weapons. Now I just wait for tier 2 warships that we can build. And then we try and tackle him directly. But so far so good, we're still alive. We still have both islands available to us. And yeah, change the economy there a bit to accommodate all the soldiers now. And we need a bit more workforce. That's gonna be the hardest part, really. Getting workforce ready to supply ships and armies with. Hope you enjoyed this one. Anno Pax, stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno Pax, as the fleet is coming in of Neff. At least I think so. At least he is passing by. Is he moving in? We'll just see. My towers are ready. And yeah, we are now in episode 2 of an all-out war declaration. Well, continuing developing our city. Now, it seems like they're just passing by, which would be perfect for us. The cool thing is that he no longer seems to be that interested in keeping the siege up, so he's gone for the moment. His main fleet is over here right now, fighting the pirate, so he even took some damage from that. And the pirate is over here. So even if we're not an alliance with the pirate, things are still turning out nicely for us. Now, we'll just see what he's doing with that kind of fleet there. We want to continue in this episode with building our war fleet and our defenses. For this, we're researching right now the armor smithing, and next is then the trireme already. That is giving me the access to tier 2 warships. I would not like to go with any further tier 1 warships at this point. Perhaps one more? Let's go with one more. We have the resources after all. Let's have one more coming out of that. Now, let's also quickly go up here because we have finished our first archers as of the last episode. And these guys, they will be nice for defenses. For now though, let's keep them in the encampment because that saves us resources that we need. Let's build or let's train another archer unit right away so that we can have at least 2 of them hiding behind walls then protecting us. Now, protecting against fire is something this game does not provide that much or that many possibilities, save for my vigilas that we have here. And they're quite busy. We need to constantly manually repair buildings because they crumble with the fire risk that we have right now, 2400 negative. Not much I can do about this, unfortunately, until we have the aqueduct. I really wonder what he's doing with his ships there. There's some up there. Perhaps he settles. Could be. Oh, and there is the invasion. It was kind of like expected that at some point he would do this. And he's now marching, of course, towards my villa. The villa cannot be finished right now because once the invasion starts, you cannot build anything any further. And on top of that, we do not have the weapons anyway, right? So he had the sea blockade up and running for a long time now. Now he's moving in. I do have only those 2 troops there, and they will, of course, be slaughtered any moment now. Let's move them over. I think my villa could shoot a bit. We don't have an item really that would boost my effectiveness here. So it's just these guys here that are going to, try to stay alive as long as possible.
There are signs of public unrest.
But this is why we need more troops. And this is where Pax Romana gets way more difficult than Anno 1800. That is, of course, with the land units that we have now. Let's train a 3rd archer unit right away, like in my capital. Because what I would like to do is stay alive. Yeah, look how many there are. This seems overly exaggerated. You just can't have that many units and ships at the same time in the early game. It's just, I don't know how he does it.
One of our troops is under attack.
Okay, my villa can also shoot. That's the nice thing. Friendly fire is not a thing. And he's torching it. And I think he has the upgraded torches already as well. By the way, that's an archer unit here, so that would be nice to attack. But of course, we are engaged. And yeah, he also has his losses there. Because the villa shoots back. Nothing else I can do. I do not have the weapons. I do not have the defenses put up. Yeah, my first unit here is already fleeing. Second one will follow suit. And with that, the villa is defenseless and will crumble any moment now. At the same time, he starts attacking Olympus with his ships.
The Lady Augusta has bid you join her at her harbor. She seemed very much distressed.
Lady Augusta? That's not this one here, right?
A structure is under attack.
There's no Lady Augusta, as far as I can see. The next archers are ready.
I do not flinch, pulling arrows from my
Can we build a tower here right away? No. Because the construction area is under attack. Okay, after destroying the gates, they're already fleeing again. The pirate is getting a bit more aggressive towards Nav now, so there is a lot of pirate ships here. Fantastic. And my villa still stands. Amazing how much damage it can take. And it might even crumble, or it might even destroy, yeah, a unit there. And so it happens that the villa crumbles. And in that case, he is now claiming it. And then we lose the island. I'm still trying to have one more go here. And that is going in with my units. And that's my 3 archer units. But, as you can see, he's got some melees there too. But they're heavily damaged. So we might have a chance at this, destroying his spearmen. And then the rest of his archers. Repair is not working, of course. I'm gonna get the ships back into the safety of my harbor. And we're building another ship in the meantime.
Gather arrows.
Unfortunately, we're not very fast.
Hold them off.
The thing is, though, I think he's still in this area, right?
Is under attack.
You fight well, but not well enough.
But there's no island takeover this time around, because we still have our own troops. Okay, let's destroy the archers. We should be able to do this, because he doesn't have that many troops. There, he took it over now. So that island is now his, but doesn't mean that it needs to stay his, because I think there's no cooldown on the island takeover. So we still have a chance of taking it back right away. And yeah, his units are getting crushed here now. What are they doing? Did they run out of arrows? No, they're fleeing. Okay, gonna be interesting what he's doing now. Because I have no idea. Perhaps he's sending in more reinforcements, but right now it looks rather clean. Okay, and these are also fleeing now. So let's take over the villa area again. And there, the island conquest has started. We have a very good position here, by the way, to defend this. Since the island is under siege still, he cannot do anything, right? So he cannot rebuild anything or so, because we have troops on this island now. And in that case, that comes in handy for us now, taking back what is ours. Back in the capital, I'm not going to be too idle. We're going to build another archer unit and also some auxiliary forces, since the legionaries will still take some time. And yeah, my 3rd warship is coming out now, and then we will start on the triremes. We can afford it when it comes to workforce. Very important is that we continue checking the resources that we have, and so far it's looking fantastic. Everything is in surplus, and we're even capping out on a lot of them. This brings me to an idea, and that is, of course, that we can sell the surplus. Like bread, for example, is worth quite a bit. 19 on the selling price. Selling a bit of bread to whenever we are above, let's say 100, is a very good thing to do, and brings me in some money. We do have the amphora, we're buying this. We have sandals that are worth 32 coin for each one of them. Let's make a maximum of 50 sandals, and the rest we can sell. I would like to do the same thing with the tiles, since we do have a very good tile production at this point. Whenever we are above 120, I'm gonna sell them. We just have to ignore the city parameters for the moment, as I continue with more buildings, because of course we are running into the next city level then at some point, but I really need more workforce. Also, we can improve the island happiness a bit with another sanctum right over here. Unfortunately, we don't have that many other buildings right now. Tier 3 buildings would be fantastic. Brings me to the idea that we probably can upgrade. Yes, we can. Amidst all the turmoil and the chaos, we can even advance the city to tier 3 now. And oh, we took the island over again. Very nice. The problem is we have to pay the price again. We could also use reputation. Raise the island. No, let's spend the coin.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
That is just very nasty. One thing we need to do immediately after takeover, we probably should have done this before takeover, but there you go. I immediately need to get weapons over, because we're gonna build up some defenses over there now.
We stand waiting.
Let's get this into the harbor area. That is, by the way, empty right now because, of course, he's not sending in so many ships at once, but he's probably going to send them in at the very moment again. I'm really, really happy with how this goes right now. This is exciting. Yeah, let's repair the villa so that we have some proper defenses here again. We also should have the auxiliary forces. No, we don't. Why not? They're usually coming with it, right? But it seems like not when you repair it. That's how it goes. Come on, get the weapons over. I'm super excited about this. If we can fortify the villa, he will probably not have a chance, a realistic one, at taking this over. And one thing, I'm a bit disappointed because I think there's no war score, right? So if we win something like that, we should actually really lose a lot of war score. But that's not happening. That is super awesome. My weapons arrive. We need to repair the depot. And what we can do immediately now is, first of all, yeah, sending back my ships. Or... it's too many enemy ships. I don't want to lose my fleet. I'm gonna send them back home again immediately. And we use the weapons that we have now to protect it. I'm not protecting the harbor area. I don't care about the harbor area, really. We can always repair it. I care about keeping this island because I cannot afford another takeover. By the way, I think it's ridiculous that we need to pay money again if we conquer the island. Doesn't make sense to me. But there you go. Yeah, with that, we can now rebuild this, or we can actually finally build the wall. There you go. And now, on top of that, before he invades again, let's have some towers here. And look how far they can shoot. They can shoot all the way down here in case there is an invasion force coming in. I should be able to get me 2 towers in here. Yes, very good. There you go. And I would also like to have some towers here by the villa. Very good. This will be much harder for him to take over now. The problem is the wood, so I do not have enough wood for all of this, but the woodworking industry is working, so it should be coming in soonish. Okay, my fleet returns. He's gathering it in full force, so he's combining his fleet again. That's not good. My next archers are coming out. We can still afford them. I'm very happy to report. And of course we need them, because Olympus does not have any units now to protect itself, other than, of course, a wall here and there. The wall has been repaired again. We could theoretically have towers here, and they would shoot down on the ships, right? So I think I would like to do this. Having 2 towers here protects us, and these towers are already boosted. Alright, so this area is secure for now. This area we can secure. This one is secure. It looks like we have our city under tight defenses right now. This area I would still like to finish. There you go. Area secured. Okay, what is Neff doing? He's sending in massive ships again. And I don't care about anything outside of these towers here right now. This is where my main focus is. We really want to keep this island now. Let's encamp my units. You don't have to pay as long as there is no invasion. Yeah, can attack the wall all he wants. I don't care. And over here, we could also go ahead with some towers now, but I'm uncertain about this. Especially since we don't have any money anymore. We're out of money. That is a huge surprise. We have a good balance though. He's going in again, of course. I don't care. He's just destroying then the trading post. We do have the 15 tons of timber, so I can afford my next archer over here now. So we got 2 towers now protecting the villa. And there it is, the trireme. Unfortunately, we lack the funds right now to build it. It cost me 5,500 denarii, but it's gonna be a game changer. I'm stopping my weapon import trade. We don't need that. We have a very stable weapon industry right now. I took quite some damage. If I'm fast, we could destroy these ships. But then we will lose the rest of my ships, so that's not a very good trade-off.
instruction.
For the festival in Olympus, we get an income area effect out of bakeries, vintner, and breweries. We can provide the bread for it. We will also get a random specialist, so that's why I'm doing it. Sometimes these can be very powerful, but by the icon I can see that this is probably not going to be a powerful item. And yeah, it reduces the workforce needed from farms. We could also sell it for 3,000. That is something to keep in mind. Which would be a ship, now that I think about it. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna sell this item. And we could also sell a bunch of sails. Yeah, they're not so bad. And we have marble. I don't need that at all. Let's sell the marble. Over here we got the harbor area. Do we have a contract? Ooh. 230 tons of timber for 12,000. That would be great. Ah, we do have half of that. And the sardines, 170 tons. We would be close to that. One of these contracts sounds nice. Also nice, my next units. It's infantry units. Let's get them in here. And there it is. We have the legionary started now. So we have now Legionic Research inspired. And now we're working on the legionaries. These are going to be one tough bastard. So once we have them finished and put them out, it would be nice. But don't forget, we need weapons, for, armor first. And cannot afford it. I just love how Neff is under pressure from the pirate too. So there's another one of his damaged ships. He's probably lost a few ships already.
Gather arrows.
And up here, this will be super hard for him to crack. So very excited about that. Let's build another tower then, once we can do it, once we're no longer under attack. Oh, and he's moving in into my harbor area. Would you look at that? Olympus is under attack. And that's one of my tier 1 ships. Where's my... Oh, my flagship is out of the harbor area now. As if he anticipated that. First archer's down. This ship should go down now, please. Very nice. Yeah, let's build the trireme. My flagship.
Come to roll the dice.
Oh, she doesn't accept these goods. Okay, let's return with the flagship. It's a very powerful one. Okay, he's lost a few more ships. They're not looking so great for him. He will have to flee. We lost the tier 1 warships, but that's okay. It's only tier 1 ships. We can now replace them with tier 2 warships. There's another one down, and I'm hoping for some good loot here as well. Yeah, Neff. He thought he had an easier time with me. But for now, I think we're doing just fine. The earlier onslaught surprise is over. Why do you not... stay here? The third time that I had to direct them to this. And he retreats again. Very nice. He won't be able to do this because we still have 2 towers and the trading post. Very powerful buildings. I'm gonna repair my trading post again. Because he does not have the big fleet now. He lost a few ships. So it is realistic for me right now to put up some defenses here. The problem is... I'm going to fortify this one a bit further. The one here and one here. We lack the timber, but it's coming in now. Very good. So this will be harder for him now. And I really want to start the trade then, right, with my capital. There's my flagship coming in with some hostile ships in tow. Yeah, you can stay here. Get the loot, please. Can we repair? No. Timber. Tiles. Why do they have tiles on board of warships? More timber. More tiles. Okay, he doesn't dare to get closer though. Good for him. Good for me. We could use the timber that we got to finish that quest, right? It's still available. 130 tons of timber. It's something we can do. We can afford a depot. I would like to do this because we need more storage. Get rid of the tiles and then just ramp it up on my timber. So that's 200 tons. And we need 30 more tons, and we can load this in once the trireme has finished. I've accepted the contract. It's very nice, because with that we can afford 2 more warships right away. It looks like things are calming down a bit right now, so he's not swarming around my islands. He's rather just patrolling to his island over there. So that gives me a bit of room to, yeah, navigate again my cities. So Lorarium that we have. And I might continue, first of all, buying weapons now with the passive trade. That's important. It's not expensive at all, so we can afford this. And as a return, I'm not gonna have anything. We just have the island taxes as a return. That's something. Gonna get me more fish. And then we will probably just keep expanding that city here. Here we can still add more. This is once again a potential aqueduct at some point. Just easier for me to plan this now. And then we can have a bunch more buildings here that are still being affected by the market. So that's an easy boost in economy. While we're here, let's also start some smaller hemp productions over there. 4 tons is my demand right now. Actually quite a lot, right? So 4 tons. That means we need to have at least 5 spinners. So we can have one here. There's a warehouse. Gonna make the connection. Then I can have another one here, close to my main building. And then we have another one up here, where we can create a new artisan district here for the boost. Then we basically just need to get some hemp plantations going. It's always difficult to make a beginning, because I don't want to cut into the forest here. Right, so that's a valuable forest that I'm using right away for some coal production. And I would also like to stay a bit clear of that crossing over there. Why do you not let me build there? Thank you. And 2 more here. That should be fine. Go, number 1. And number 2, at least for the moment. I wonder why we cannot build the road here. Now we can. Bit of hovering it needs. That's another resource coming in now. The tunics. And with that we would have everything ready then to upgrade these guys here to tier 2. Okay, back in Olympus, we are about to finish the first tier 2 warship. We can queue in the next one right away. It's okay to be negative a bit, right? Don't get too negative. You might be coming closing in then on bankruptcy and lose reputation with the Emperor a lot. Something I would not recommend.
Fire has started in your city.
Okay, let's have a few more blocks finished here. And there's actually yeah, that's a festival that we see here on the streets of Olympus right now.
Almost the 9th hour. Almost the lunch hour.
Next warship is ready, so it's the same class as the flagship. And with those 2 ships, let's get over to Valeria and turn in that really juicy contract of 12,000 denarii. That is going to help us out quite a bit. And I would also really like to repair now my defenses here again. Fantastic. Next in line, we have now finished most of the research. So the legionaries are now finished. And with that, I'm really thinking about the stone walls, but we need concrete for that. Now the upgrade to tier 3 will be important for my population. The same applies then for the paved roads. In the meantime, placement of towers on water is my go-to, as that will help us out quite a bit with the harbor defenses. We have more weapons. Let's build my next tower also now in Lorarium. So we have now a harbor area with 3 towers more or less. Gonna be harder now for Neff to take over. On top of that, we could now go ahead and get me the barracks going, right? Because we do have weapons coming in. I would like to have the barracks all the way here in the back. Oh, come on, let's make this look a bit cleaner. There you go. And here we can now train troops. Once we have, of course, the money, because it's 2,500. That's quite a lot, but I would like to have some auxiliary forces here, which I'm gonna do, of course, once we have it. All right, structure under attack again. Ah, it's here. Huh? There's no invasion though. My ships arrive. Let's turn in that contract and get a bit positive. We also get a specialist out of this. Albian Prepositus. Workforce from residents is increased by 15%. He would be worth no coin, is that right? Ah, 4,500. Yeah, let's take the boost. Let's take the workforce boost. That helps me out long term because we need more farmers anyway. Yeah, Neff is coming in again. He wants to know it against my towers. By the way, can we build another one? No. Construction area under attack. But I can get my archers over there. And I'm gonna train another group of archers. So he's just harassing me. You know, that's all that is. Just harassment. Let's focus this ship. Might be able to take down one ship there. Ah, they're doing a lot of damage to my towers. I mean, he might be losing this ship there. Yeah, he is. Great thing. That makes me partly happy. Oh. Seems like... Looked like an invasion, but it's not. Yeah, let's keep my archers back. They will not be able to do much. I promised it. Let's go ahead. Tier 3. And with that, we got the Aquas. And potentially have Albion now unlocked. Yes, there is still another area that we can settle. Yeah. And with that, we also have access now to concrete, which is something I would really like to do. And that's really it why we need the tier 3, right? It's the main focus. Also, we have now access to the aqueduct. First though, what we need to do is getting that concrete production going. And for this, I'm inclined to go all the way up here to Mount Olympus and have me my limestone for the moment. At some point, we're going to be rich enough, so I don't need to use these mines here anymore. But for now, we need to use them. And yeah, we can afford 3 of them. So let's have 3 limestone concrete mixers. And beside that, so this is all my workforce, by the way, of the aqueducts that we have. And then we just need the silica refinery, and I will need 2 of them at the beach. All the way down here. Should we have it here? Have it here. Let's have it here. We already have the salt. And the warehouse close by. And once again, this is a momentous occasion because we have unlocked now tier 3 building materials. We're gonna unlock more research now that we can utilize to become more powerful, ultimately, against Neff. So for now, we just have to hold out, defend, until we have superior technology. The 3rd warship is about to come out. And then we should be able to queue in, yep, the next one already. And these are very powerful warships now. So there's 2 more now, leading up to a total fleet of 4. And that would be one of my main targets for the next episode. Pushing more fleet, or, well, increasing my fleet size. But also raking up more defenses. It's gonna be interesting how we can afford all of this. Because, of course, we also need to make money somehow. Hope you enjoyed this one. This is a very different experience to what I've expected out of this series, to be honest. Stay tuned.
A structure is under attack.
Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Pax Romana as we are having a bit of a change of scenery, and that is of course, yeah, Albion. We need to settle this territory here, and in this case, let's get cracking with that. The moment we open up the territory, funnily enough, the AI opponents also start their settlement progress. Let's start by, yeah, exploring the place a bit and find us a suitable place for first, well, Celtic village that is. I figured it's a good moment to do this because right now we're rather low on money, so I need to wait for my balance or for my cash to recover again from all the different problems that we had. And yeah, since Nev is not able to take us over anytime soon, the Emperor intervenes, and the Emperor demands you both make peace. Your enemy had the upper hand in the war and did the most damage. Like, what? We could continue, or we just accept. We were the defender. I don't know. I don't think there's any penalty per se, so I'm just gonna go ahead and accept. So Nev is not able to endlessly wage war against us, right? He's being forced into a peace by the Emperor. So we have a bit of room to maneuver now again, peacefully. And it certainly will not take that much time before he declares war again. So we will be prepared for the next declaration. Alright, beautiful weather. Perfect weather to explore the place and find us something. This actually doesn't look so bad. Got a bit of swamp that we're gonna need. Got lots of building space here. And from this angle here, of course, we remember this island here. It's been the main island that we had in the first Let's Play. I think I'm gonna continue looking though. Another island coming up for us, a bit small. Another one. Also a bit small when it comes to building space. Perfect location though. Perfect location. Nah, way too much swamp. This game is just so beautiful. It's incredible with the fog and the clouds everywhere. Now, I think that, of course, the map type that we have also applies to Albion. So I'm looking for the big islands specifically on the border of the map, right? So something like this here and something like this. And yeah, let's hope that we find another suitable place a bit further over here. Okay, we got also water already. We're gonna keep our distance for now, because we certainly don't want to have any war with her. This doesn't look so bad. It's a huge island. It's got nice amounts of swamps, but not too much. Something that we could drain easily. It has iron, so we have a weapon production possible on this one. Lots of mountain slots, marsh slots. A bit of barley, flax would be nice. Resin is super nice. And it's also an island that we can easily defend, right, up here. So I'm considering this one here being my main island in Albion. The harbor area is also tiny, or it has a suitable space, you know, but at the same time something that we can easily defend. I'm not so opposed to this one. And we can also quickly check out on the trade menu where we would leave this area, and look at that. It would be right between or right beside Skeleton Island. So this is really, really nice, honestly. And I think I'm just gonna go ahead and grab me that before someone else does. Main problem, of course, is no silver, but I think we can manage without it. Yeah, the first one is free in Albion too. So in this case, let's get over there and start the settlement process right away. There you go. And yeah, next up, of course, let's use the bit of timber that we still have to build me some first houses over here to unlock me our first food production that we're gonna need. And that is, of course, the cockle picker. And as you can see, we also profit from the research that these harbor buildings provide an income boost. And that's just perfect, because we are gonna need a lot more income. Okay, cockle picker working. Workforce is fine. Now we need to wait a bit, because I cannot just simply build me some more. Actually, I can. Wait a second, because we do have timber to build me a few more houses. So that I can also start with some basic lumber production. Does it ever stop raining? I don't think so. But it's a beautiful place. I mean, look at that. I don't think there's anything more epic in this game than those Albian Islands. Crazy. Alright. In this case, let's continue with a bit of exploration. Trying to stay clear of water would be very important. And while everyone moves in, settles into the place, let's head back to Latium. Ah, beautiful Latium. The first thing that strikes me right away is no rain. It's beautifully sunny, which is just perfect for January. And in this case, we do lack a bit of workforce. So what's the problem? Definitely city parameter problems we have, but also I think we're lacking something. No, we don't, right? A bit of porridge we might need to continue boosting, but the problem here is that, of course, no workhorse, no porridge production, which is kind of like a cycle of despair. I'm continuing with the main road going into this place here. And here we probably make a little plaza then, right? So that we can continue with some more houses than here. Very important that we keep a bit of space still available for some bigger service buildings then that we're going to have in this area. So that's something I'm considering on that side. Also, of course, what we could check out, no, all my soldiers are stationed. So that's something I don't need to worry about. By the way, I don't need to worry about any attacks right now, so it might be the perfect opportunity to get some contracts going. And Ath is introducing himself, our Celtic, well, protagonist, ally. We'll just see. Now, yeah, 36 tons of sandals sounds very promising to me. I'm pretty sure we do have them. We do have them. So I could get this going right away. And this one gets off, and this one 36 tons. To get me that contract here finished ASAP. Saranito also has lost cargoes, so I'm gonna send 2 of my warships. Actually, let's keep them together in 3s, because the pirate is still there, and the pirate is still dangerous. And let's get this going. And by the way, I love that we finally have also our logo on the sails. No cats, unfortunately. I was hoping a mod would fix this problem for me, but that's not the case. Okay, let's pick up the cargo. And since we do have quite a bit of buffer here for the next island level, so 1,500 people, I can gladly continue with a bit of expansion, because it doesn't really hurt us directly if we push a few too many peeps. So let's go ahead and get me some more here. So the idea here is, of course, that we're going to have something bigger here or here that affects on all of these buildings here, right? So the sanctuary is already doing a nice job with a central location. And as always, don't forget that we're still paving the roads at some point, which is drastically increasing the range. So this is something we will consider as well. Alright, yeah, pirates are everywhere. Sending my flagship alone is probably not the safest approach, but he can definitely tackle one pirate ship without taking too much damage. Plus we got a very good legendary captain on board that should keep us safe. Alright, so that's the blocks here, right? And probably continuing with a bunch more here. And here we're gonna have then this road along the river banks here again. I'm trying to keep this kind of like clean, right? All the way here then to this sandbank that we can use. In some strange shapes, but it should be possible. And this area here, we still have our charcoal burners and the logging camp. I'm considering moving them up here, which is something we can afford. Let's repair. After all, my fire risk destroys my buildings from time to time. But as long as we keep repairing, it's not a big issue. Also, we have 36 tons of concrete in. I would like to use this now to get us the next researches going. And one of them is the stone wall that we can now do since we have it. And yeah, I would also like to boost my archers. That's another morale and toughness boost to them especially, which is gonna be handy. And down here we have the paved roads. And all the way here we have the Libertas workforce coming out of a villa. So that's just some free people that we can use for whatever purpose. And so we also arrive, putting in that very lucrative contract for us, getting me some coin. We're gonna need way more coin. I'm aiming towards 100,000 denarii now, because I would like to settle another island still. Does Neff has a contract? Because even though we are not on the best terms, sometimes he offers something of value. But no one has anything left for us at this point. I'm gonna continue with, yeah, picking up the cargo. And the other two here are gonna escort this one, right? This makes it a bit easier. And then we just queue in all the other crates automatically. And this is a very important tactic we just unlocked. I've been looking forward to it. Because that means now that we can start building towers in the water. And that is just great. That is really great. And especially for Olympus, I would like to do this. Having another one here does serve me nice. And having another one here as well. And the same thing I would like to do for Lorarium. So here we can now also finally add some towers. The weapons we have. Let's have one here and one here. I'm not gonna fortify the other areas here just yet because, you know, it's too much. It's too expensive. Considering each tower cost me 1,500. So just in case there is a war declaration again, and it will be, we're just gonna see where the invasion forces land and build something before that happens. Yeah. Another sickness. We do have the medicus here that should tackle the issue for us. And I think we're gonna need more medici. And what is it in Latin? Is it medici? Could be. And in this case here, this area here could still profit from that. So what we can do is I can move the warehouse a bit further over. Cleaning the place up a bit. Getting my stations here over. This one I would like to move a bit. Ah, perfect. We still get the bonus out of it. And with that we have a bit more space here for that medicus, which is a really big building, all things considered. And that was 200 on island approval, but yeah, nothing else we can do in this case here. Bit of fire, and because of the difficulty settings, the fires are quite severe. So even if we have 2 fire stations close by, which we have, it's not enough to douse the flames. I absolutely do love, or I'm in the mood to continue my city expansion. So we're gonna move the charcoal burner now over here, together with, yeah, the warehouse. And also my lumber production. Now, we do have a pretty good lumber production at this point. So I think we could also afford to get rid of some of them in the near future. And just buy them perhaps, because they're dirt cheap really if you buy them from the merchant. There you go, a bit hidden in the forest there. You don't really see these buildings at all from the ground level. Do you look at that? This is such a beautiful, beautiful game. I'm always stunned. Alright, let's get rid of these roads here. And we open up a lot of space in this area here too. Now, what we will need to think is that the Colosseum is here somewhere. And we still have the tier 3 service buildings coming up. So one of them is the theater. We should be able to get away with one theater for this area, because we can pave the roads and then extend its reach. So we are going to need another theater over here for this area. It's definitely going to be here somewhere. along the main road, of course. So this one here we can close. Probably have a little park here, absolutely. And don't forget that we're gonna need some artisan buildings as well. So here we have the tavern. The marketplace will have some artisans, but we're also gonna have something like a vineyard or a winery. And for this we are gonna need some bigger space. So I'm considering leaving this available here for artisans, for bigger artisan buildings, right? That's a lot of space that we can use here. And behind that, we can just gladly continue with some expansion, some houses. Let's not forget some service buildings as well. So definitely a Vigilis all the way here to lower the fire risk. And yeah, we gotta be very careful with how fast we expand, right? So I think this is fine for now. We will already be quite a bit busy with, yeah, tackling the additional consumption. And I think I would really like to have my harbor buildings in the water, but there's the tag for it, the firmer foundations. It takes 2 hours and 30 minutes right now, so we need way more knowledge to get this one in a reasonable amount of time, so I'm not gonna go for it yet. What we can go for though after these tags here is the well and the watchtower, as it's gonna lead to more tags down the road here. Let's continue with building us our next spinner right here in the center beside my market, so that we can use the boosting out of this. And for this I'm also gonna need a warehouse, and this warehouse leads now to my village over here. So as we can see, the actual city's creeping closer into my villages here now. And with that we can start producing some additional tunics. I would like to have another one, probably a bit further over here then. And this is another area where we can now connect those districts here together. For the fish, that's another thing entirely. I think at this point we could open up another beach area. I'm thinking about this one. Right, so we're gonna make a nice smaller road down here with a warehouse. And have a bunch more fishing huts working for us this area. And what we can do here is, yeah, why not having another smaller village with a marketplace and also a firefighter, of course, which is the most important building in this game. And we have, yeah, very good. So that we can have this road here along the cliffs. It's such a beautiful, diverse island that we have here. Fantastic, really. Different shapes. And just here, let's have a bunch of buildings along those fields. And it also doesn't hurt to have perhaps some sheepies. Do we have a warehouse? There's a warehouse, so it makes sense to have. Can we have a road here around that? I think not. No, can't do that. Oh yeah, we can. Very good. Because with this we can have another road going up here together with sheep farms. And I'm considering having a sheep farm here and another one right here. To get a bit of a rural feeling into all of this. Anti-Pileus Felter. Let's use this one, of course, close to my city again, so that we can use its income boost. The contract can be finished for the crates. That's a bit more money coming in. And unfortunately, there's no more contracts right now. Nope, as they all need to replenish. Let's get this back home. We have the workforce. I would really like to get warship number 4 out now. And perhaps even 5. Yeah, let's have number 5 as well. So let's increase the fleet further. So we have 5 up to 6 warships then protecting us. And since it's so peaceful now, we can open up our trade routes again. We do have the flagship doing this right now. Alright, because I would rather build more warships. We can build another Pentaconter again. A civilian ship, a small one. You know what? Let's actually... No. Let's just keep them going like this and have the flagship working this. Let's go ahead and Lorarium. To Olympus. And in Lorarium, so we're going to pick up my flagship. We're going to pick up now the olives that we have here. Quite a lot of them. It's a short distance, so we probably will not need 2 olive slots. But for now, let's just have this one and establish this trade route. Very important, because with the olive press, we will get the olive oil. And olive oil is just extremely nice. It gives you population, income, and health boost. That's quite a changer. It's also a very simple production chain with nothing else and no penalties attached. So let's get this one. The demand for olive oil right now is 1. Right, so 2 of them already lead to a surplus. And I would definitely like to get me the first one in here. And as you can see, we also get a nice health boost out of the building itself. Right, so the building and the product have additional bonuses. That's gonna be nice for us. Let's have another one here. And yeah, here we can clean things up a bit to accommodate a third one right in here.
I can assure you, it is...
This is quite enough for now, so a lot of health boost coming out of it to improve our city. Since everything else is rather stable right now, we also don't see any destruction. Let's head back to Albion, because here we can now continue with finishing our blueprints. Easier. And with that also increase our logging industry. My ship continues with the exploration. We have found Aft, so he's right beside us.
What could you possibly require?
And I really have no idea where the pirate is. We could though try and find her. Oh, stone walls. Very good. I like the name Skeleton, so we're just gonna keep it. Okay, actually that's my trade route. So I could use my main fleet and get over there and patrol the place a bit. Yeah. We don't need to patrol it, we just stick around here somewhere. And that's also the first 100 tons of olives coming into Olympus now. I'm also transporting some resources over, concrete and bricks, because in Lorarium, up here, we do have this wall, and this is a perfect wall for our first upgrade. Unfortunately, the upgrade is just really expensive, so this tiny patch costs me 9 tons of concrete already, which is a lot, to say the least. We also have the gate. Now this one here is another 8 tons of weapons plus 20 tons of concrete. You are not kidding me. Let's have the walls here upgraded. This patch here, I cannot upgrade, so let's just see why that's the case. I think because it's outside of my territory. So we're just gonna go ahead and grab them manually. The same goes with this area. A bit further over, right? I need a bit more, as a matter of fact, to upgrade that gate. But it's nice to see some stone walls now protecting us. This will be way harder for Neff to penetrate. Ransom them out. I'm not gonna do this. I'd rather just destroy his ships. Like this one here. And we also get a waiter request. We can take his tunics or his shoes, or we can show forgiveness. Now, there's nothing really coming out of this, so I'm just gonna say forgiveness because it's low volume of low value products, and we can just produce them ourselves soon. Why are they not destroying this one? What makes it a bit stranger is there's no attack symbol on this guy here, right? So we should theoretically be able to attack him, but we're not. Now we are. Guess we need to break formation here. Take it down. If you do this... Oh, very good. 33 tons of armor. I'm gonna love me some pirate hunting.
Construction of a ship.
Warship number 4, just on time. I'm gonna add this one to my main fleet. Warship number 5. We could go... Yeah, let's have another one after this one right away. The bigger the fleet, the safer we are. Olive oil is in at this point with all its bonuses, and we should have a nice surplus there. Yes. By the way, we could and will continue with some upgrades. Tier 2s and also more tier 3s. Alright, next continue with a skeleton again. In this case here, we have unlocked now our first service buildings, and as usual, I would like to have my market here at the crossing with the main road. I think I'm gonna have it on this side here, because otherwise we might not be reaching those buildings here by a whisker. Yeah, and we can definitely have another one over there anyway, so I think I'm gonna go ahead with this one for now. That's a population and income boost coming out of it. Once again, let's just have the main road. I think I'm gonna have the main road here along the cliffs. We could also have the main road probably here somewhere, right? But well, that's okay. That's okay. Let's not overthink that so much. About heart, population and happiness boost. It's something I could also... let's just see. It's not that important. Or, you know what? The range is smaller than I anticipated, so I'm gonna move me those buildings here away, so that we can afford the Bath's Hut right in here to maximize its yield. Now, the next resources are rather simple in Albion. The only problem is that they consume a lot of wood. Now, this area here is something that I'm considering draining at some point. So my goal would be to get my main road kind of like over there somehow. Should we make it like so? We'll also make it like so. Going all the way down, right? And here we entered in the marshes. From that side. Let's try to stay on solid ground as long as possible. By the way, we leveled up. Hooray! City status. And have our first eel grabbers then here right away. I can go ahead with 1 and 2. Build me those piers with the connection. Good. I would also like to continue with a few more roads or a few more houses here. This one's the end for sure. Coming down, and then we have another one here going up. And with some additional buildings, we're also breaching 5,000 global population. This area looks amazing for something bigger. I have no idea yet what it's gonna be, but let's stay clear of this area. Last good, rechoose or tunics. I think I'm gonna go ahead with the rechoose for now, because they give me also the health boost, whereas the tunics just give me a bit of an income boost. 2 reed gatherers is what we need. Let's have a look. On. $140 fields is really quite a bit. And then I would like to have another one here. With those fields. There's a beach area here that we, of course, should stay clear of. We're gonna need it at some point. Funny thing is, we need 4 shoe weavers. Yeah, 1, I would like to kind of like squeeze in somewhere here along the beach still. 1 we can have on the other side. And 2 we're gonna have here right away by the marshes. And with that we have a production of 2 tons of shoes, which is then just twice as what we need right now. Yeah, there he is again, threatening us. He forgot the Emperor's decree already, it seems. A war declaration by Neff is probably going to happen soon. And I will definitely need to prepare a few more things for that. For now, it's good. We have started our settlement. And we're even making quite a bit of income now from this island. And we can upgrade. And I would like to do this right away to tier 2. When it comes to the population that we choose here, it's either the Romano-Celtics again or the Celtics. In this case here, it makes the most sense to me to go with the Celtics, because with the Romano-Celtics, we need silver brooches, and we don't have that. We don't have silver on this island. So creating a population that needs silver doesn't make sense to me. So I like the Celtics, because also we have quite a distinction then visually, because the Romano-Celtics basically use the same assets. To me, it's the Celts. The cheese we can gladly make here and then also export. So that's quite a bit of an achievement there for us. And with the tier 2 upgrade, we also get now trade treaties by Sauranito and Ather. And I would like to do this, of course, right away, as this makes the world a bit more peaceful for us. And with all of that out of the way, we can now continue with, building up our defenses in Latium especially. But we should not forget our Celtic village as well. Notifications are coming in. Hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 117 Pax Romana. How very good of you to join and stick around as we continue with a very exciting episode. Well, excitement usually is not only part of progress but also of devastation, and we do have quite the excitement over here as a whole neighborhood is crumbling down right now. Yeah, that's what happens when, well, basically you're making no mistakes at all. Isn't that right? Well, at least one mistake we had, and that is that there is no Vigilis in this area. So no one's helping them out right now. We have one over here and no one here. So let's get us one more going right here beside the main road. So this should be quick. Of course, it's too late for these guys, but we can rebuild them easily. Another very nice invention that we have now is the well and also the watchtower. Both of them are nice to have, but they're not overwhelmingly nice to have, right? So they give you some bonuses, but it's tiny, it's marginal by comparison. So if I place one well, it's great for these small areas that we have, together with a watchtower just behind my police station, for example, here, right? To give me some tiny bonuses, and of course it adds up over time, but overall it's not the big salvation that one might think comes out of this. One salvation is definitely the aqueduct, and we do have the materials for that ready. We do, however, have one tiny problem, and that is the location. And I do only have 2 mining sites on that side of the island, and this one here is problematic. I thought I could do it like that, but that's not possible. The game is not allowing me to make an aqueduct here, even though technically it would be possible, right? So I don't see a problem here why you can have a big bridge delivering the water over. Of course it should be expensive, but it's not even an option, so I can't do that. This one here I also cannot use, right? So this one here basically doesn't exist for construction, this bridge there. So I mean, it doesn't look very sturdy anyway, but would have been a nice touch. So this is also something I cannot do. So I would need to carry the water all the way like this, right? And just to get to the city would cost me already close to 100 concrete, and it would also look very bad in my opinion. So we have to do something. We have to use this as the only site I have, and with that also move my industries. Before we do that, I need to get though a street going, because we don't have anything going over here right now. And of course we would like to do that, and that would be the bridge that we can have then here. And you can really only build it here, right? So this is already, this would also be nice, I guess. Nah, let's just have it by the stone, by the rocks over there. And with that, I should have a straight road almost leading to this area. There you go. And here, I mean, yeah, here we do have, of course, the spot now for an iron mine. So let's get this one going right away. And with that, I can delete that one. Now, what to do with the industry? It's a pretty polluty industry, right? It's nasty, and it causes also fire risk hazards. So it's something that you usually want to have away from all the rest. So that's also something I'm just going to move now over here. And we should be able, there you go, to have these just by this road here. And this is really hidden, right? So no one can really see this from the ground level when you're down there. So this is really somewhere behind those rocks. You have now a bit of heavy industry. Since we don't need that many of these buildings, I'm just going to have this one here right now. So that's absolutely fine to me. I might even consider hiding them further over here, right? Like so. And like so. And then we have a warehouse right here that is, well, providing the storage space, all of that. Do we have something else? We have one more weapon. We also have, by the way, this one I can get rid of, and this one I'm going to move. Right, I think I'm going to like it as it is for now. The only thing we still need to add here then, of course, is once again a Vigilis for that tremendous fire risk you're getting out of these buildings. That was nice and dandy, and now we have this spot available for a beautiful aqueduct that we want to start right away. Of course, to counter my issues that we have with the city right now. For this aqueduct, I was not planning to have it here, honestly. So I need to adjust a couple of things for me to make it right. Since the aqueduct is a, pretty expensive building, I do not want to move it around once we have it placed. So blueprint version for now. And now we need to find, well, the space where we are putting this one through, because it will need to get all the way into this area here too. For this area, we're going to use the mountainsides we have. Where do we have mountainsides? I thought there was one here, but there isn't. So we will really need to get all the way from there. This island is just really bad when it comes to mountainsides. Gonna make sure. Yeah, that's really all of them. Let's repair that neighborhood, by the way. There you go. And now we just... Okay, let's find a suitable location. I think we're really gonna power all of this with one aqueduct. It should be possible with the research as well. Regarding research, I'm going to go with the Porditores now. So this reduces the workforce of all my warehouses, which is quite a massive boost. I would also like to go into fuel efficiency for my... Oh, okay, we need the Roman path for that. There you go, safe havens, production buildings in the water. It really only takes now 12 minutes. And the weight of workforce boost from the Governor Villa. That's also something we can have right now. Regarding the aqueduct, luckily we have this main road here, which is not really required because we have another bigger main road right here. So I think we could go away with getting rid of this one. I would not like to get rid of it by the service buildings because it would reduce the range of them. So I rather just go ahead and take those here away. And we do apply the same thing then right here, because this is where we need to get going with the aqueduct. Probably somewhere here then, right? So it's definitely going to be quite a cut there into my city. And I want to keep this one as unobtrusive as possible. But of course, it's not completely possible. Here, we are gonna need... First of all, I would like to move this one. There you go. A bit of a cleanup. Make it a bit cozier over here. And with that, we have now this aqueduct possible that goes then all the way down here. And then through that city here. And as I said, we're probably going to need to make it through the whole town up to this point here. Yeah, and as you can see, the further we go, the lower it gets. This is a really nice detail because, of course, you always need to have a bit of a slope there. And I'm probably going to push it all the way here. And that leaves me now with only 2 buildings that we need to add, and that's the cistern. So that's one here and one here. Don't forget, we can also increase its range again. So it's not something that we need to place that many times. And I think here is a perfect location for it. Beside the street. That affects this whole area. Very nice. So let's just get this one all the way here. And that one we're going to move. And rotate. Have it right to this point there. Perfect. That's that. And the other one, I'm gonna have over here somewhere, probably instead of one of these. And I want to have a broad access there, of course. So it's, yeah, you know what, it could be this one here. Perfect. It's that one here too. So it looks the same on both sides. Fantastic. Also affecting all of this. And once we pave the roads, we can also extend the reach then down. This only leaves me with that area. So we are also going to have then the aqueduct going up. And this is pretty, pretty problematic and can be very expensive if you get too high. Because of course, you need to get elevation to move it. And this is actually the maximum we can go. And then it says the water cannot flow uphill. Might need to make an adjustment here. Where do we need to go with this? It's probably going to be somewhere here as well. Yeah, this looks like a very safe location. So it's probably going to be this here. I'm going to move these houses. And have me my cistern somewhere like so. With a road connection here. That should be possible. Oh no, wait a second. This one. Okay. Let's just hope that we can make this connection. It's possible like so. Okay, it's not possible here anymore. So here it actually says water cannot flow uphill. But here it's still possible. And that's okay because we are having it as close as possible now to this mountain here. To make this work. But it looks a bit nasty, honestly. And I don't like that. So try and clean this one. There you go. Right, that's definitely cleaner. Alright, let's get this going. We do have the materials. Where should we start? Probably gonna go right through the heart here. Boy. I'm always surprised how expensive it really is. And to this point, let's build it. Yeah, that was already 400 fire safety. And then I continue with it all the way here. Perhaps we can even finish the whole thing. We can. Very nice. Got its water too. And as we can see, it's just enough range that once we pave it, we can go over here with a bathhouse, for example. Perhaps we even have the bathhouse then at this corner here. That will also look great, I think. Now we need to wait again for some concrete, but that is a nice first step. Over here is the next one. And yeah, we'll just see. Perhaps I can make a water access somewhere here possible as well. We will need to remodel that. Or we might even tap this area then for a tiny aqueduct going in from the north. That is entirely possible. But for now, that's a great start. What's also a great start was this island here that quickly fell into despair. But we reconquered it. And we finish now our fortifications with a nice stone wall. So this is where a lot of concrete is going in. And with that, we have this villa here fortified now with a full stone wall together with gates and with towers. By the way, there is, of course, also a research for this that we probably should tap as well. Over here, the tower ballista. That is also an upgrade to my towers. That, by the way, affect also the ocean towers. So this heavily fortifies my harbor areas further. And I would like to do this with going into my healing while encamped bonus and then into my tower ballista. All of that is, well, in a reasonable time finished. So that's something we can definitely focus on. And let's also build me another wooden archer tower here that can shoot down if the enemy approaches from this beach. And we can also extend its reach then as well at some point. I think if I get it a bit further over, we might even get over there at some point. Yeah, with the range increase, it could be possible. Since we are in Lorarium, let's have another thing going here that I would like to focus on. And that is upgrading those people. Because we're going to need it for what's to come. We need a few more tunics though. So I'm going to increase my industry zone for that. And by the way, we can just take the whole thing and move it somewhere else. If I need that space at some point. I need to decline another request from the Emperor. He wants 120 tons of wine. That is far out of my reach. And I'd rather decline it because that just gives you a -5 reputation with him. Now, we have researched the Portitoris, and with that we are boosting all of my warehouses now with reduced upkeep and reduced workforce requirements. And just at the same time, we can now upgrade our first people here in Lorarium. Let's do this with those in the middle. Of course, with that we're losing some workforce once more, that I will need to quickly replenish by either building more houses or, yeah, providing more goods. For now, let's have a few more houses. I can have another block over here somewhere. And probably, yeah, over here as well. They're still affected by my services. So it's not really necessary to have the amphora production, since the demand is relatively low, and passively buying it, we always have enough in stock, right? So we do have this bonus here in the household needs all the time at this point, which gives me that fire safety boost that I really need. Okay, I think we can go ahead with a few more upgrades, especially here in the town center. Get me a few more aqueducts in. And here as well. This unlocks me marble, the tabulars, and glassware that we can use then for later as well. I really wonder why we're so low on the Libertus workforce. We have everything provided. Yep. But there is another thing that we can do since we have the concrete now, and that is using the Shrine of Ceres. And that's something that just, well, smallly or, yeah, cutely, insignificantly boosts the population. And let's just see where we can place this one down. We do have still a bunch of options available for this. I especially like to add these here in these smaller places that we have in the surrounding area. And this gives me this population boost here, especially of the tier 2 populations. We can have another one, of course, here in my tier 1 population area. So that would be that spot. That gives me a bit of it. How many can we build right now? 7 is my maximum. This is not very efficient though, here, but it would fit in, but I'm not gonna do this. Here, actually, it would fit in more, and it's more efficient. So I think I'm gonna go ahead with that spot there. And she's looking into the wrong direction. And with all of these shrines, we were able to get our population up to 62 surplus again for the Libertus, which is enough to, first of all, get me my first legionaries going. Because don't forget, we got the armaments, right, out of a loot. So I can train my first legionaries. And let's also upgrade a few more to get me that workforce in. It's probably here, because here it's where we're going to have some very high quality service buildings. And of course, I want to maximize the yields then. Safe haven, that's a massive one. That's something I really like as a research, because it allows me now to have my fisheries, for example, in the middle of the ocean, which is something we can absolutely make use of in the area where we want to have lots of fishing, right? I think this one's quite not enough, so we will need to have another expansion of my harbor area, but we can do it like so, for example, and thus squeeze in a few more of these fishermen. There's no public unrest in my towns. This is not gonna happen, unfortunately, but this is possible. So that's, yeah, 4 in addition that we're able to squeeze in here. Now, I'm itching to build me my Grand Theatre, as that gives me a massive boost to happiness, but also to learning, and thus boosts my research. Also, the range is just fantastic, and one of them would be enough, together with the paved roads, to have all of this here covered, right? So that's exactly what I'm intending to do here. But what we need to do is, we need to clear things up a bit, and that's especially these guys here. I would like to move them up. And for this, we need to, now move our logging industry. It's been here for quite some time, since the early days of Olympus. And now we are going to move them. We're going to move them where exactly? Well, over here we do have some forests still that I can use. And instead of moving it, I'm just going to copy them. A bit too tedious to always just move things around. And we're going to have our next ones here. And here, by the way, are we... Oh, we have finished the fuel efficiency already. Very good. That means we do not need to... Probably not get both charcoal burners over. Then I'm gonna have this road here. So that's my wood production. That's 2 sawmills that I can get rid of. And I'm probably just gonna get rid of this one here too. So that's 1 less sawmill, which is not the end of the world. Very good. And with that, we can now safely take, for example, this spot here and copy it over here. Probably right where the road ends here. Perfect, because now we can have this main road here extended. And the main road extended here. Fantastic. So this works. And not that there was ever a doubt about it. And then I can have another block here. And we still have the police station that I would also like to kind of get me up here. And so the city creeps ever closer over here towards the river. We still have that. I think I'm not gonna get rid of them. But I would like to get me my olive production a bit further over here. And then we have a tiny well. I'm moving over there. Got the space, hopefully, for a juicy theater. It was even too much, which is not the worst thing that can happen. So let's build it right away. Get me that bonus. That was 500 happiness increase and also a bit more knowledge. Oh, after he revokes a trade treaty. Okay, but we have a superior army to him, so he doesn't want to declare war on me just yet. Let's move this one a bit further into the center, even though I could reduce the range with it. So I'm gonna have another road over here. Fantastic. Another thing that I can do, and that is quite like a puzzle, is moving my hemp farms in here. And you can see that this almost fits to the letter. So right like this, with even having this mountain slot here available for some mining. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. We do need another bridge then, moving in like here. And this bridge goes over into that area then, where we might have even more of them. And this opens up even more space again here. Let's get rid of this hemp farm. Move the warehouse. We have this very strange shape now, but I think I like it. So we're gonna keep it as is. The only thing that I will need to change is this one. Let's make it like so, because this is probably gonna be another main road at some point. And this is where another main road comes out, right? So that works out, like so. Then we can have another interesting shape here, where we can add something down the road. And here we can just have more buildings now. And we should probably do this right away, as I do need the workforce. There you go. Also with some decorations in the middle right away. I love these new ones that I found. So that's some smaller bathhouses you can have. And there's even a bigger version of that. The water pavilion. That's that one here. It's a really beautiful building. And we could think about adding this one somewhere along the way. Even though here we cannot squeeze it in. It's a beautiful decorative building. It's not for bathing per se. But I would still like to add it. So up here we do have at the end of the road. So getting rid of one of these plantations works for me. To have this one then all the way up here. Where you have then the mountains in the back. You can see even the fumes from the industry zone. But that's fine for me. And then I'm gonna end this road here. Funnily enough, it has a grass texture by default. So I think closing this with some trees without any textures works the best to me, right? To have this little enclosure here. Right at the end of it. The off-center though annoys me. You know what? I'm actually gonna move it over here because really that off-center is unacceptable for me. And that is one of the big problems that this game has, in my opinion, that you offer a bit of freedom with the roads, but you still have the rigid grid system, and I cannot place my buildings in the middle, right? So even if I take it like this, you can only move it by one tile. Funnily enough, there are options, so you can make it in between the tiles, right, for decorations, but it doesn't count for all decorations in this game. So this is one of those that you can only move by one full tile each, but not by a half tile. Because a half tile here would be fantastic, but it's not working. So let's get rid of it here again. We'll find something else for this location that actually works with a 3-tile street. Alright, slandering the governor. Custodes drag a manacled young man in your presence. The citizen of Olympus was arrested in the act of defiling your name in the public square. This is something you really can't do in the Roman Empire. And he was actually insulting the governor, the local governor. And in this case here, yeah, this could be a great opportunity of getting my reputation up with the emperor. Make an example of him by imposing exile. We can spare him. We can punish him with a beating. Funnily enough, the exile gives me the biggest reputation change. And let's go ahead and do this. Even though the happiness penalty is there, but it's not severe, right? So it's not something that will really hurt me. It's increasing the frequency of uprisings by 1 hour, but only for the next 4 hours. So it's something we can absolutely deal with. Reputation change is more important. I would really like to go ahead and continue with the upgrading and finishing my next aqueduct part. That's this one. We can do this now. And let's place them down like this and have another cistern here for further reducing now the fire risk. And also the health issues that we have in this town. Since we're about to level up though, all the bonuses are gonna disappear again any moment now. I think I'm gonna stick around with this city status here. 50 more we need for the next upgrade, so I'm not gonna upgrade anything right now. I'd rather flee the scene into the cold north, into Albion again, because here we do have a mission. All right, I don't really care about the mission there, but I care about my next production chains, and one of them is the cheese. And the cheese is something I would really like to get going, as that is giving me a huge boost to my population in Rome. Plus also, the cheese is something that we need for my population here as well. So it's a really powerful product, and one that you absolutely want to have. For this we need our tier 2 production material now, construction material, that we're also gonna need for some more upgrades. And it's something we need to have then in the swamp. How can we save a bit more resources here? By building another road entrance here, rather than building a huge pier or anything like that. We do need the reed gatherers again, and I think 2 of them is what I can do. So let's have number 1 here. And this is the swamp that I'm not gonna drain, right? This is something that I'm gonna keep. Yep, perfect. That's the swamp that I'm probably gonna partially drain up to this point here to increase the size of my city. But here it's fine. Can we have the warehouse already here? We can. Gonna make it like so. The ransom demand we're gonna refuse. The pirate is not very powerful right now. And then we have the mud dryers. These take a lot of space, unfortunately. Gonna build me 3 of them right here. And with that we got the full production ready to build me 2 laborers yards. And I'm probably gonna have them right here at the edge to start my wattle and dope production. Now, another thing we can do right away. For this, I need to change something, and that is this trade route that we have right now. So we have our flagship on this route. I don't need that anymore because we got a smaller ship now, the Pentaconta here, that is taking over for the olives. And now I can implement a new trade route between Skellington and Olympus. Let's quickly check out where they leave. So leaving is perfect here, right? So this is super secure for us. And in Latium, it's gonna be a bit more difficult because we have Neff in between. Oh no, he settled. Oh, he's just so freaking nasty. Yeah. I'm gonna have it like this for now. And we're gonna use my flagship on this route, the safest one. And in Skellington, we're gonna pick up the cheese then in the future. And in Olympus, we're gonna pick up some tiles and weapons and get them over to Skellington, because both of them we're gonna need quite frequently without having a production really set up. Let's head back to Latium real quick, because two things I need to do here is, the first one is setting a minimum for tiles. So we're gonna sell above 150, and we have a minimum stock of 150. And the same applies for the weapons. We're gonna have a minimum stock of 150 for the weapons. Now, what happened here? Yeah, Neff settled his next island right at this moment. And he took, of course, this one here right in front of us. We would still not be able to take it, right? It would be around 80 to 100,000 denarii. So it's something that would have been out of reach anyway. And what I can see is that he actually settled the big islands here now in his territory. And rather than going to this one, he took the one right in front of us. So this is where we are. But what I can see, his harbor area is on the other side of the island. So it's okay. My ships can go through this corridor. And by the way, there's a bigger attack from the pirate with 2 ships. Both of them are down, of course, within a few seconds. Let's build me another warship. And let's also build me a tier 2 civilian ship now. That we can use then for faster trading. Oh, nice. Population for bread is increased by 2. That's a good specialist. Absolutely. Of course, the legionaries are ready too, in all their glory. Some really cool and strong units to fight off any invasion that we're gonna have. And let's have it over there. Why is it lagging now? Interesting bug. There you go. Now there's something I absolutely should do, and that's claiming this island. It's 10,000 denarii only. I really wonder why it's so cheap, because it's a small island, of course, but it's a very powerful one. And that is because it has minerals and sandrag. And we don't have this fertility anywhere else. It's extremely rare fertilities, especially the sandrag and especially the mineral deposit. So yeah, we claimed it now. Got 4 mountain slots that we can use this, and the sandrag on top of it. Very good. And it's also here. I needed to take this one before Neff takes the islands on both sides. This would be devastating for us, because this is the channel that goes to Albion, and I need to keep this one clear, right? So this island here might even be another one of my targets that we should claim as soon as possible. But claiming this one here will be a bit more expensive, albeit not so expensive. 35,000 denarii is something we can do. So yeah, I will need to find new ways of getting more money in soon to claim this island before Neff does. Let's actually keep this ship here so we can speed things up when the time comes. And with that, we could really secure then this channel here for good. And this is also very good to defend for us, right? Because it's so close to my main harbor area. So this would be the corner where I can dig myself in case it comes to a huge crisis. Now, so far so good. That was a lot of progress in one episode. I hope you enjoyed this one, and we continue onwards with Olympus in the next episode. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 117, beautiful Albion, as we're looking at our skeleton island and city, that is. And we continue with the construction and the advancement of this island here, because we have now Wattle and Albion, and I would like to use this right away to get cracking on my next production chain, which is the cheese, and that is something that we're gonna really need to scale up. So for cheese, we need to keep a lot of space available. Cheese just needs the ox farm, and it just needs the ox farm in the marshes. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Well, of course, it's not that easy, because we're gonna need a lot of wood for this. The question is, where do we want to have them? I think my first ox farms could be somewhere up here. And the thing with them is that they produce very strangely, right? So you have the ox farm with 1 minute processing time, but then you have the dairy with 2 minutes processing time. So for each ox farm, we need 2 dairies. And let's check out my consumption rates. In Skeleton, it's quite fine. In Olympus, we already have a consumption of 0. Well, I'm surprised. And it's probably gonna go up to 2. That means with a skeleton we need 3, and we need to calculate 4 tons of cheese in per minute. That means 8 dairies, all right, and 4 ox farms. Now, that's not that bad, but gonna be the space that's gonna be the bad thing, because they need 5 fields, and we'll just see if we can squeeze in 4 of them here. 4 would be great already for a long time. And just along that mountain here. Perfect. That's already 2. 3. This is the end. And then I'm probably gonna have me 1 here. Is that possible? That would be pretty cool if we can squeeze in 1 in here. Oh no, it's not gonna be that easy here to... More here. With a warehouse in the center. And I think we can make it like that. And look at that. This is 8 tons. 4 tons, sorry, of cheese. And that means we can have another 4 tons here, 4 tons here. Yeah. I think we can really use a lot of that. For the dairies, we're gonna need a lot of them. Luckily, they also provide boosts and bonuses, and that is the happiness. And that means that I would like to have those dairy kitchens. 1 definitely close in this area. For 1 here, I'm considering, yeah, chopping away these 2 buildings there, because that's just ideal for it. There you go. And 1 probably a bit further up here. But for these guys, we're gonna need a warehouse somewhere in this area. All right. That's the 3. And then we need a dedicated industry zone for the rest of them. And it's probably gonna be here, of course. Makes the most sense to me to have a bit of an industry zone here towards that beach area. With, once again, another warehouse. This warehouse will also serve then the beach area, right? Once we upgrade that. And then we can have our dairies here. All right, I think this is a nice block for all of that. Let's get cracking on this. It's gonna cost me quite a workforce too. I wonder if we can afford the workforce for it. That's now the 2 tons of cheese, and I would like to say 3 tons, all right? So they're working. I really love how they go around about this. The dairies, we're gonna need 4. I'm gonna have 2 right here in the city. Let's go 3 here. Makes people happier. And then I'm gonna have another 1 up here to get me that production finished. Now, one thing is that we are gonna need some more smiths, and I'm probably gonna have this block upgraded and blocks here upgraded. Very good. That's enough smiths, but now we're lacking the waiters. So that's my next city expansion, which then, of course, is also gonna increase my consumption. So that's where we should see the first ton of cheese being consumed then. And the villa wasn't even there yet. Yep, absolutely right. That is a building we should get going soon. I'm still waiting for my ship, honestly. We got the Salty Queen. Let's have the Salty Queen explore the place a bit further. I think the pirate is actually down here, is it? I don't see that much here, so I think this might be even clear to find us a second island that we're gonna need.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
That's, as a matter of fact, a lot of workforce coming in here right now. And I think my smiths, yeah, they're getting the cheese in already, which gives me the population boost of +2 and the income boost of +1. Not only that, but we do also have now access to more service buildings, and I would like to start with the Phantom again. This is really cool because it gives me that learning boost that I would like to get. This will need the tiles then. Funnily enough, it needs tiles. I'm really surprised by this, always. And then we have the recreation ground that, however, is perfectly happy with some Wettle and Daub. Right here with the health and happiness boost. Alright, and Athen likes this. He also gives me 10,000. This is a one-time scripted event that we of course accept for the coin. He's not gonna do this again. Don't forget, we are going to need all that denarii soon for another island settlement. Now, my ship, for some reasons, is not really coming. I'm surprised at that. Let's have a look at the global map. There it is. Messalina, still on its way. And I think this is just such a cool map, right? And I can't wait to see what the developers will implement here. We already know that there's Egypt coming. And we already know also, of course, that there's another bigger island here somewhere coming now. And over there, it's Albion. And down here, it's us. And to Latium, it is where I want to go. Because now we have the coin to settle on this island up here. Fantastic. It's ours. By the way, I would like to have the warehouse over there. A much better harbor area in general. And this is, well, a strategic island, I'd say, right? It's an island that we can keep now to keep the channel clear of the enemy, but also to, yeah, not have the enemy here settled. Otherwise, Neff would take over this channel there. But it still has marble and oyster, so it's going to help us out a bit with my demands. One thing I'm going to do right away is implementing small villages here. And the cool thing is you can really start this with a 0 timber, as long as we have some forest areas close to my warehouse, which we have, because we have some basic 15 workforce available, which is enough to have me 1 lumber camp and 1 sawmill just here to get me a basic production of timber going. Now with all of that, of course, my finances are rather bleak, so I'm going to fulfill a few more contracts with my shippies, as long as there is world peace right now. The pirate is not that much of a threat. Now, this is utmost unreal. Water is invading Skeleton, and I wonder why. He never did that before? And except for the campaign, I've never had an invasion by Vuada, who is kind of like the neutral pirate. And neutral, it's not neutral, of course. Now, we do have 3 towers here protecting us right now. I think we have a good go at winning this. Strange vagabond invasion. But there you go. And how's it looking with my statistics? Well, she is losing the first army there already, first soldiers, next ones, and we barely lose anything, right? So a bit of health here on the trading post. Of course, it's the only building we have right now, the trading post. So if this gets destroyed, then she has a real chance of taking this over, but she's fleeing now. But that was interesting, to say the least, an invasion by the pirate. Just on time now. My ship is arriving, by the way, with some tiles that are very much needed. And over here, by the way, we have found the pirates' den. That would be ready for the taking. If we have a lot of forces available, of course, that is. With the 7 tons of tiles we got in, we have the 5 tons that we need for the villa. So I would like to, of course, build me that right away. And the villa, of course, would once again make a lot of sense up here. But we do have our towers down here. So I think I'm just going to have it here and go with the prestige bonus we're getting out of it. Right? And... or is this a mistake? I wonder. We could also just build the Phantom now and get the learning bonus. Let's do that. That's 200 more knowledge point generation. There it is. I'm waiting for the next batch of tiles then. We don't need to build the villa just yet. You know, we have the harbor building and that is protected by all these towers here. And this is just looking nice as well. Back in Latium, we can turn in some quests. This one here, for a bit of coin. Boy, we're really low on coin. And then also Saranito had a very lucrative contract for some timber that we can deliver. Speaking of timber, my secondary islands have timber now, so that we can get some workforce in. And a bit of a fish production. This island, and I think the other one that we have, Atlantea, would also be ready now. I'm going to have me my fishing hut. That gives me then a nice coin bonus. That we can build those here. Onwards to Olympus once again, because I would like to have a real bigger expansion now. Over here we can continue. So we have already that bridge here that we are probably or not probably going to expand in the future. And here we do have this tiny village that I would like to continue now. And for all of that, of course, we're also going to need some additional basic production. Basic production, of course, includes more hemp farms, for example. New tech needs to be queued in. That would be the resin capper here. That is increasing the ability to give the tree tappers to use meadows. Then we have the loading speed increase for all my warehouses, which is a nice boost. And then we also have the aqueduct water consumption reduction of 20%, which is great because we're going to add some new buildings to that soon. On top of that, down here, the hazard fighters increases the fire safety of all my vigiles by +1, which is massive considering how many of them we have. We can also get the same thing then here out of the Medicus. And out of my Day Watch, the Custodes happiness boost increase. The expansion wise, we continue with this area. So we have now my warehouse here. I have no idea where to put it really. We do have some artisan buildings in this area. So let's get the warehouse over there for now. We could have, by the way, another market up here somewhere. These guys don't have a market yet. You know what? Let's do this. Let's make this one into a main road. Like so. And along the main road we do have then a market. And to me, it always makes sense to have a warehouse close to the market. You know, so we have the market here, where we have this crossroad, this junction, and just behind it we do have then a warehouse. There you go. And close to it as well, like on the other side, we do have then some artisan buildings with their boosts. And that means I can have another full block of houses now here. And as a matter of fact, oh yeah, there it is. We also leveled up the city to a minor city. And here I can now go ahead and merge the two cities together. Like so. And now they have connected more or less right over here. This is my artisan district. I'm gonna keep a bit of space here still. Probably need another olive press there at some point. And that means that, that's tight. Not gonna work out. This should be fine. Yeah, let's just add 2 of them here with a bit of a road in between.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
And don't forget that, of course, some of these buildings we can delete again at some point for better service buildings. Now, we have a lot of Libertus. That means we can also have a lot of plebs again. And I would like to do this here, especially around my theater, so we can use that bonus right away. And I really like these blocks there with the water garden in the center, the bathhouse, as a matter of fact. Beautiful blocks here. Also gives you quite a feeling of density. These guys. I'm really tempted to upgrade all of them here towards the harbor. It's a representative area as well, so yeah, let's have the upgrades here too. They do get the bonus from the theater. Get a trade treaty offer from Arthur again, so he actually cancelled it, you know. And for 5,000 we could get a ceasefire with the pirate. That is a really low number, but I'm not gonna do this because I don't wanna get that repetition hit from the Emperor. Alright, defensive pact with Arthur. This is problematic. It's a non-aggression pact only at this point. I can accept that. I have no intention of going to war with him. This also brings me back to Albion again, because it has brought another idea to my head, and that is that we need to expand to another island here ASAP. The problem is, there's really nothing here, right? There's this crappy thing that you cannot settle. And that's it. So this is a huge corner here without any islands. I feel there should have been something at some point, but that's not the case. We still have this area, this island right behind my main island. So right over here it is. That we probably will take. It's not ideal, but it has things that we absolutely need, and that is silver with 7 mountain slots. So that is massive. It also has tin and granite. So that's all 3 very important resources that we do not have on the main island and that we're gonna need. So hopefully no one else has the idea of settling here right now. Now the price for this island is 18,000, and I'm gonna do this even though it brings me into a negative balance there, into negative cash, but it's fine because we got the island before anyone else does. Now, regarding this new island, I would like to tap this immediately because, of course, there is a couple of reasons to get the silver in as quickly as possible, and also to get the taxes out of this island as well. So we are once again starting with a couple of buildings. And you know what? I'm actually going to have them a bit further outside, even though I'm not getting the profit from the cockle picker. It's still going to be fine for me because it's really just a bunch of people that we have the workforce available to operate these mines. Now, of course, the most important thing, as always, is again my lumberjack. And there's this bug right now that sometimes the performance of the game tanks really hard, but we can still manage to do this. So let's get this up and get our lumberjack or a lumber production going. It's also always feasible to activate the passive trade, for example, for the timber here, since the first 50 tons are usually being sold immediately or with the next trader, as timber is a very low volume or very low quality product, very low price product. You can get a lot of this with passive trading, even if we're a bit negative there right now. Alright, so that's one thing, and that's of course the reason we're doing it is for my goods that we have here, the drinking horn or the clan shields, because we need either one of them to upgrade my population here. For the drinking horn, it is the tin. That is something that we absolutely should focus on. But for the fashion category, it would be the trousers or the torques. Now, both of them are problematic because we neither have copper nor do we have dye plants on both of these islands here. So I can say to myself, okay, what kind of stuff do we need? I think to me, most sense makes the copper. So what we can do is we can start importing copper, because the thing with copper is, despite being a pretty rare material in the game, it has an extremely low purchase price, right, of only 4 coin for each piece. So we can basically bonkers on importing copper as well and boost our economy there to tier 3 in Albion. So that is something that I want to do. Alright, considering my workforce, we can upgrade a few more. I would like to do this here and also here. Get me that smithing going and also a bunch more here. Perfect. People are happy. We got some festivals roaming in Skellington. And that's basically the day. Tiles are being brought in and we can continue upgrading the trading post finally. This is doubling my capacity and also gives me a catapult as defenses. With that we got the towers and an upgrading trading post. This will be much harder now for Neff or anyone else to take over. And it doesn't take long for the procurator Corvinus to sell us some timber that we can use now to jumpstart this economy here. And of course it's going to be then also the cockle picker, the first buildings and our marketplace in the center. Make everyone happy and generate a bit more taxes. I really love how diverse every island looks in this game. Always a new sight to behold.
Listen, of those that were sent to that unfortunate mission on Carrickmore.
Alright, so I've never really done these missions here. Scars of Conquest from by Corvinus. And I think you're getting some nice Emperor reputation boosts when doing so. So it might be something to do. Pass the time a bit and use my ships for what we can do. And we need to, yeah, find us something. The problem with these quests is I think they're pretty challenging. So this one here is on the other side of the map right now. But we know where Vuada is, so it shouldn't be the biggest challenge, right? So we're just gonna see and get this ship going. It's a trireme, it's a fast ship, so it should outrun any kind of pirate. Do we have... No, we don't have any items left for boosting that ship, so I'm not gonna do this. Now, as we can see, copper is coming in. We got 50 tons of copper out of passive trading. To be honest, I really think passive trading is too powerful in Pax Romana. But, of course, we can still use it while it's there. The only other thing I need is the charcoal burner. It's already functioning. And then we can get the wire twister going to produce us torques. Now, how many torques do we need? You may ask me. That's 1 ton, and that's not a lot. But it already requires 2 wire twisters. Let's get them going. Somewhere here, I would like to get them going. There you go. And I'm going to blueprint me some 4 more in to get me a proper block going. One thing we definitely will need for this area is a Vigilis, and we do have the materials, so let's get cracking on this as well. I love how quickly you can set up new productions based on passive trading, right? So this whole thing now works on that. And since the copper is processed at a very slow pace, you know, passive trading should work fine to keep this going forever, basically. At least until we reached a tipping point. There is already Sarah coming in. Is she trading us? Yes, she's immediately refilling the copper ore, right? So it's Sarah, it's Corvinus, it's Arthur, who's also trading with us because we got the trade treaty with him. And even if we are on friendly terms with Wada, she probably would also sell us copper because she's just such a jolly gal. Now, if I want to continue with my Albionic village, I'm going to get me this beach here operating. And we will need more cockle pickers. The thing with the cockle pickers, unfortunately, is that they do not profit from the research that we finished, that we can build them in the ocean. So I always need to have them on the beach, and they take up a lot of space, right? So these are one of the big challenges in this game, really, the cockle pickers. I'm convinced of that. A bit further over here, I can still get me the eel grabbers rolling. I'm probably gonna have me another one here that has then the connection with my... Here, and does it have? It has a warehouse connection. Fantastic. Let's continue with some more houses. And yeah, I think I can safely go ahead and take this one. Wait a second. Oh, we're already close to my woodcutter here, so I will need to move it. There you go. And also my sawmill. But this is just a temporary small movement because we're definitely gonna move it away for good pretty soon. Okay, that's another one here. There's the market, so I should also use some more blocks up here.
Your people are ailing.
And then we can have another nicer block Oh, what is that? There's a dairy. We don't need another dairy here for now. Alright, these services are getting more important, of course. So I will need to have my first custodes over here. And also another custodes somewhere over here. I mean, I do not want to break... we could actually have it here instead of these guys. And we will definitely need Medici. And whoa, they're really expensive though. 2,200 denarii is something I cannot just easily afford. But of course we have to. So I rather just build me one. And yeah, I think it would be fine here. But I don't like to have the Medici right on the main road. Gonna have it here with the Custodia, as a matter of fact. As we can get most of the people in. With that, we got some very nice parameters right now. This is nasty. Let's have them look away from each other in this service block. In the meantime, my ship arrives up here in the north, and look at that. There's someone waiting. Wada with Crowsbane. I wonder what she's doing here.
Roman, come to defile yet another of our sacred places with your presence.
Confronting her. Do I have a warship? I don't have a warship. So we need to confront her, which probably leads to fighting or talking. Let's just see. That doesn't look like a warship though.
There was once a little band of murderers out here, hiding in the trees. Praetorians, after the raid on my home. I found them. I taught them better manners.
Waiting for your
Right, so someone assassinated. And there is assassin over here, or some remains of that, and we can actually help her out in this mission, it seems. Alright, what's going on with my workforce in the meantime? Did we lose something here? No, we didn't.
There's good eating on cockles, and not just for crabs.
Also not running out of anything, so no idea why that fluctuates so much right now. But, of course, we're gonna try and build us a few more houses. 7,000 people it is across all my islands. Alright, so over here we have the Roman shipwrecks out of the assassination attempt. And
If they'd made it to safety, the records would show it. I wonder, would you indulge my curiosity? They couldn't have gone very far.
we need to continue searching the beasts, the beaches of Albion. But of course, I also want to continue with my expansions. So in this case here, we got Atlantea, our smaller village right over here on this beautiful island, this beautiful small island right in front of Olympus. And in this case, it has the sand rack. And I would like to utilize the bonuses that we have here now to produce me the writing tables. A pretty powerful one. The fine glass, as a matter of fact, is I think a bit more expensive production. Also, it requires marble that we don't have yet. So in this case here, the sand rug is an easy production for me that we can get going right away. And for this, well, let's check out our consumption rates again, because I think they're quite insignificant. Yeah, it's not even a ton at this point. A tabulus, however, also doesn't even produce 1 ton. So we need 2 of them. We need 4 of them for a bit of a surplus. That means, in turn, we need around 6 of the Sandrak nurseries in total if I want to have a slight surplus production. And let's just see how we can get this in, because don't forget, we will also need the honey, the apiary. This, however, does not require any kind of fertility, which is great for us,
I see no signs of a
because
battle.
it offers me a bit of flexibility.
Did not mention it.
Luckily, there is no mine or anything that we can block, so I can safely go ahead and build them here. And as you can see already, yep, this is going to require quite a bit of space. There's a beach. I will definitely want to keep this beach available.
Is under attack.
Okay, this we need to check out.
We stand waiting.
Oh, there's a pirate, yep. Attacking my ship. And also the harbor area. There we got the 6. It seems like a lot, but it's really not, considering how much we can produce of that, or how big of a city we can, you know, support with those farms then. This is actually a quest pirate here, by the way, that we have to help Diana. That's another quest we got. We get a lot of quests right now because these NPCs dock at my harbor and kind of like force themselves on me. And that was one of the pirates that we need to destroy. On the other side, we got some, meadows. Those beautiful green fields. And in this case here, we can have the apiaries rolling. We can really have them anywhere we want, right? So they don't need to be here necessarily. They have a good production rate of 45 seconds only. So I'm not gonna need the 6. I'd rather start with a 3. Probably a bit further down here. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Let's make number 4. With a warehouse somewhere here. Getting all the way in here. And this is really rural, so I would like to have this a bit chaotic, you know, so roads that don't look that planned. As it's really just farming. And we have the mountain slot here for the minerals then. That's going to be very powerful for us, but it's still going to take some time. Let's build the warehouse, the first 3 apiaries. And I'm also going to start with the first 4 standreg farms. This is already depleting me of my workforce. So let's build a few more, but we'll need to work on some productions then. Construction area is under attack. What? There's another pirate. Annoying. Come on, he's already dead.
Is under attack.
Also no proof or anything like that. I just love that we have a fleet big enough now to take it on with the pirate whenever we feel like it. Okay, the ships can roll back and we're probably going to need the next trade route. And for all of these trade routes, I still haven't done one thing, and that's building some more civilian ships. These guys here. Let's build me 2 more. It's expensive. We have another one here waiting. The trireme, so this is one of my civilian ships with, timber. And we will utilize this one as my next route. So it's between Atlantea and Olympus now. And gonna be also Oiteria. This is something that I still don't understand why they did not implement a highlighting function, right? So if I hover over that ship, I don't see it on the map at all. Only when I hover over the ship directly, so I need to know where it is. In the previous game, it was highlighted on the map when I hover over it, which makes it easier for me to find it, right? But in this case, that function is gone, unfortunately. Now, let's have the honey and the sand rag. And it's a very short trade route, so I'm not gonna add any more because we're gonna leave the other spaces available for minerals and stuff like that. Let's establish the trade route and basically finish the Tabulous workshop now. We need Aquitus workforce, which is great. We have lots of that. We have some marble left for these productions and we can build them. And the cool thing is also it's boosting my research. Let's go ahead and have the first one somewhere here, close to the warehouse. I'm gonna have me another one over here, close to this warehouse. Up here we should have a warehouse, there you go, together with a smaller artisan district, right? And since production, 3 should be fine already. This leads to a production of 2 tons that we have right now. And that's way more than what we need. And with the tabular coming in, we're getting an income and especially a knowledge boost. Which is something I like. Now, the cheese is not in that much right now. We do not have a biggest surplus of that at the moment. But it should be coming in. And then we only need to work on toga or brooches, right? Or brushes to have this one finished as well. Since we have the workforce, I'm gonna upgrade. I'm gonna upgrade more people here. And I'm gonna upgrade more people here. And also over there. Okay, water conservation. We can now use more water out of the aqueduct. And we have also unlocked the next service buildings now, which are going to be important. And we got the forum, we got the baths, and we got a modded building, the Circus Minimus. That leads then into the Circus Maximus. Look at the size of this thing. And we will need to have it then somewhere where we do not have a steep terrain or anything like that. It can definitely be a bit further outside, right? But that's a really interesting building. That gives you also lots of bonuses, but it's definitely an end game building as it's super expensive. That actually also applies for the bath. we cannot even afford the bath. It has a beautiful range, so it's definitely something we want to have in the center somewhere, and it gives me that health and fire risk bonus that I so yearn for. The forum, on the other hand, is also very expensive, but the bonuses are not that important. It's population and income primarily. Prestige is nice so that Neff doesn't declare war on us all the time. So for this we'll also need to find then a suitable location. But with these buildings, yeah, we need even more money. And that is something we can only do when we have more people. So in the next episode, I'm probably going to have another massive push of city space right on the other sides of the river here. And we need to reinforce all the productions to accommodate that. Hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to our beautiful Olympus island. I can't get enough of the sights, and we continue right away with, a city expansion. I would like to continue now advancing my city into different areas here that we haven't settled yet. And one thing we need to do for this is we will need to move a bunch of industries. So for example, we do have these tilers here right now, and I'm just going to select them like this and move them over. Now, there is one thing that is still also bugging me here, and that is even if I enable diagonal construction, I still cannot really put them diagonal, right? So in this case here, trying to rotate the buildings only works in a 90-degree angle, and it doesn't matter what kind of button I press. There is no way for me to copy or to move them over here. This is a bit annoying, right? So I can move them like this, that's fine, but I cannot move them to these streets here. I would love a remedy for this problem. Now, where should we move them? I think this is actually a good location because I do have access to this warehouse here in with multiple roads. Here we can make another smaller service building. It's probably going to be the Custodia. That we can squeeze in here, which we should, just in case there's some riots and whatnot. And with that setup, I still need one more warehouse, probably, to reduce the traveling time these guys have. And yeah, as you can see, here we can now move it again with the right angle, for example, right? So that is fine. I think here we're just gonna have another road. But yeah, it's a bit wonky. And I hope that there are some improvements for this coming in the future. Another thing is the coal. So I'm gonna move my charcoal burner. No, not over here. This would be a bad location for it, honestly. It needs to be in an area where we're not doing anything for a while. Here. Get this down. The problem here is that there's no warehouse close. I'm just gonna have the warehouse here close to my smaller farmer village that we have. That is also just doing it nicely. Alright, anything else happening on the map right now? I think not, right? No war declarations or so? I think we lost the ship. No, something here is not being unloaded. What is going on? It was not unloading the cheese. Glad that we checked this out. Alright, a bit of unrest. That is something that we can tackle with the Custodia again. I think gonna have me another one here for these guys. And of course, what we also want is when we speak about Custodia and happiness bonuses, we want to provide the tier 3 service buildings that we have. However, we're going to need a bit more money for that. And also, more materials, and that is the marble then as well. The marble we have available in Megaron, it's called. It's this tiny island over here that we have settled. We can, by the way, also fully build it now, right? So we got our buildings here, blueprinted. And get us a few more in to get the workforce in that we are going to need then for the marble quarries that we have here. Now, another thing, of course, that we need to tackle if we want to have more buildings is we need more production, especially of porridge I can see here. And my tunics are already way below of what they should be. One thing we can do here is we can counter the loss of goods with passive trading. It's usually not something I would recommend for bigger economies, but as the city gets more complex, as my problems are getting more numerous, I need to have some fail-safe mechanic in the background that works to kick in before we're running out of something. And I can see this with the tunics working. The tunics is such a strange material for me because you need so many of it, right? And it's not like with Anno 1800 where lower tiers lose or higher tiers lose demand for something. that counters that. You know, like at some point we're getting rid of schnapps in 1800, but in Pax Romana it doesn't work like that. All the goods are always in demand, which rakes up the complexity as we continue advancing to higher tiers. Now for the tunics, we have our hemp plantations over here, and these jolly good people will just get a nice boost now. The cool thing about this area is that we don't really need it for anything else, right? We got some mountain slots here, river slot, but that's about it. And outside of these, I can continue with having some hemp plantations here. At least until we export hemp from somewhere else, which I can see happening at some point. But for now, I would like to use the hemp space that we have here. This is a bit strange, so we're gonna make it like so. There's this river slot, and the building will be here, the entrance. Alright, so we will want to make it like so. Probably like so to save some space, which is not always easy. So in this case, we could use that tiny spot for... Can we squeeze it in? Not gonna exactly working out the way I wanted to. Yeah, Custodia here works though fine, which we should, to keep the revolts out. But I will definitely also need a fire station here, in case something goes wrong in the hemp plantation. And then I'm just gonna have me another farm here. Probably just gonna make it like so. Fantastic. And get me my road over, like so. Let's not keep it too tight there. Alright, that's a lot of additional hemp now. Right, so with that we're looking at our hemp surplus, which is great because we need it. We need so many tunics. It's really crazy to me. And let's just go ahead and get me some 3 of them going here right away. I will use the bonus out of income and learning out of this tiny village that we have. So we're gonna, you know, work here. Yeah. Just beside the warehouse. This area here also has not been boosted yet by a spinner. So I could do this just as nicely. Moving the fire station down, getting the spinner up here along this main road. Get the boosting in. A ceasefire offer. That is a huge surprise to me. I guess it's because we have the ships built. But this would reduce my relationship with the Emperor and puts us further into negative. Plus we have to pay 5,000 denarii. I'm not gonna do this. The pirate is no threat at all to me right now. There is another pirate ship coming in. But seriously, we do have way too many ships for this guy. So I'm just gonna make my fleet a bit bigger here now. I like that we have a distinction here right away from military ships and civilian ships. Makes it easier to read the whole thing. Now, having boosted some of my productions this way, the spinners and the fisheries, we can continue. We have another charcoal burner here that I'm gonna move into this far beyond reach. I mean, the charcoal burner, it should actually automatically get its forest going, but it seems like that's not the case here. Just gonna move it over here. Does it work then?
Oh dear, the stores are overflowing.
Forest area cultivation. There it is, right? It's this replanting tech that we need. And I would like to move this up to the top. It's finished within a minute. We can do this. And with that, make this charcoal burner here work as well, just as efficiently. And look at the space we have available all of a sudden in this area. Now, there's going to be a bunch of service buildings that we might blueprint us in right away. The first one is the bathhouse. I would really like to have this one here central again, so that it affects this whole area. We could have it here. We could also have it here behind the theater. The reach is not as great though. So I think I'm going to go ahead and have this one here. The cool thing about this is then that we're gonna have then this huge area here where we have then these monumental buildings, right? So we have the bathhouse. This is then the Colosseum building. We have even a great area here as a plaza or as a forum as well that you want to have in the center. And the forum has a huge range as well. So it's another nice building we could have somewhere here and create this general bigger public area. Another thing I should do here is getting rid of these hemp plantations. They have been clogging up this area now for quite some time, and that's a lot of space available again. It will, however, of course, be not that great for my consumption rate, so we need around 5 more hemp plantations somewhere up here. There's nothing we can do outside of just building them, really. Luckily, their space requirement is so minimal that we can squeeze in all 4 or 5 of them right here. So you get this nice cute bridge now. That goes then into my ham plantation area. Might even have then something here, but don't forget there's also a river slot, so we will need this area for this river slot building there as well.
I'd rather feed the Legion than have them come help themselves.
Also, a defensive pact with Saranito comes in just handily. And with that, we are securing ourselves further against a total war declaration. Another thing I would like to do is this area now. So we do have our artisan buildings that I'm gonna move a bit further away now. Over here. So we can use more space here for our advantage. We also still have a lot of farmers that we might want to have somewhere here then again. So this could be just another nice block of houses. But gotta make sure that we, you know, respect this road corner there. Next research is the Ophidium Pyramid that we get, and that leads now into a fire safety improvement for my Vigiles, which is gonna be greatly appreciated. Yeah. Pirate does piratey things. Now, something like that I have in mind, so we will still need to move the bathhouse around a bit, but I would like to have a general bigger area here where these massive buildings come together. So we still have also the library that we need, right? That is then the patrician building, the great patrician service building, and the Colosseum. So all of this will kind of like come together here. And yeah, with lots of service buildings in the middle. I think this one here is nicely cleaned up with the forum then at the center. Oh god. A request from the Emperor honors we need to deliver. It's 2 of them only. Alright, I think we might... I'm gonna accept this one. Right, the onager or onager I need to research first though. And we need to get a siege workshop going. It's this one here. Then I'm going to have beside my barracks again, somewhere out here. With a bit of space in every direction. And in here we do have them, and they cost me 24 farmers each, but don't forget we're gonna give them to the Emperor. That means we're gonna get that workforce back. Let's train both of them. That's a really easy mission, honestly. I'm used to far worse from this guy. And here we're building it. Now one thing is clear, for the city expansion here, we're gonna need some space again for more service buildings, so definitely another bathhouse. Once the aqueduct rolls down here, I wanna have a bathhouse secured for this area here too, and we probably could have a second forum then somewhere over here as well. So we're gonna need that space somewhere here in this area for sure, right? So this, and here we can have then more city expansion again. There's also this sandbank that we can use for another bridge. And I really wonder what's going on today with those bridges, right? I haven't been able to get a straight bridge out in a long time. And yeah, it's probably something like that, but it's not really beside my sandbank, right? It's actually quite somewhere else, which makes it a bit harder for me to really plan out these bridges. And there's no reason for me why it shouldn't just snap with the other side, right? Because this, it looks like it could work, but it's not for strange reasons. So the game can't really handle this over here, but it could handle it here, right? And this though is then once again something where we cannot have double bridges. So it's been so easy on my first island, but on this island I'm having some real trouble getting bigger bridges going. Now for this area we do have a warehouse here already for the artisans, so don't forget we have some artisan buildings here, so we're gonna need to have this warehouse close by. And since I'm not using this area for a while, I can safely have it over there. And instead, I'm going to push my district in. And I think I'm going to use these blocks here, as I really have been enjoying how it looks together with the fountain in the center. But here, another problem arises, and that's the diagonal moving or even copying of buildings. So I will need to get this block manually in here again, which kind of like, you know, is strange considering that we would have the tools available, but for some reasons they just don't work across this. Funnily enough, this ornament here, that's something that works when we want to copy it around. Since this is, yeah, more or less in a city, a bit of a higher density makes sense to me here. But higher density usually doesn't last, you know, because you need so many services that usually you lose the density then again. And since this street here with the bridge, it's one of the few crossings where we can really make a straight bridge together with a straight path, you know, because here I'm having real trouble getting this one into a shape that looks fine to me. So this is one of the few bridges I'm able to have the bridge connected with a proper road. So I'm going to use this one here as the new main road that comes together then here. It also means that this area here can be, yeah, increased in its size a bit, right? So we still have those buildings here. I'm gonna move them over. And then this one just along the street here. And then we have another block here that we can implement together with the Medicus, where we might have then another expansion. These guys here, let's move them closer again, even though, you know what? I'm not gonna do this, as this is a main road. I'm gonna move them away, as a matter of fact, to make a triple road. This triple road continues up into something bigger here, most likely. And here we just gotta look at the shape of the island then. It goes up here, and then probably, yeah, like this corner could be then my main road leading up into this area, where I'm probably gonna have a nice temple or something then looking down on the city. That means here we can safely continue with a bit of a city expansion and some higher density blocks. Of course, some of them we're gonna get rid of again at some point to move in some service buildings. Just like on this side, I would also like to have blocks of houses then down here, because we are not gonna need that many industrial buildings in the city. So I can just safely have another block of housing here, ending then right beside the wall. A few more houses up here to separate the forum from some artisan buildings. And no idea what we do with this area here. There might be really then another leisure activity. I think even the Maximus, the Circus Maximus, would fit in here. Yeah, it could work like this. That would even look like something. We'll just see. The next part is this area here. So there is also once again the main road leading up. And once again, it's something that we unfortunately cannot really utilize here. So that bridge cannot be expanded by itself, only with some parallel bridges again. Which is, it's not looking super bad, but it's also looking a bit weird, right? But it would be working here. For that, let's expand this one again. The plague clouded judgment has started in Olympus. Since when does it have a plague name? First aid, use troops to find 6 citizens. What is this? Outbreak of a plague in my town. Is this new? Is this a quest all of a sudden? I'm confused. I've never had this before. News of the dire epidemic in Olympus has reached the Eternal City. Ben Balion reads from an imperial missive. The Emperor wishes you to evacuate the wealthiest citizens from your city to the countryside. Okay. Let's do it with the wealthiest, because I get a +10 reputation with the Emperor. Thus I'm getting positive with him. And I'm getting a +2 health on all buildings in Olympus, but also a -2 income. Ooh, that's a lot though. -2 for all buildings on the island. The penalties for the good decisions are no joke though. Evacuate all the healthy people of all classes. Gives me a +3 health for all buildings on the island. That's nice. But we lose 30% productivity for all buildings on the island for 4 hours. Can't do that. Only evacuate the Emperor supporters gives me a happiness penalty, a very marginal one though, and increases my reputation. Yeah, I think this might be my go-to. Let's go ahead. I'm losing happiness. That was more than I expected. -10,000 happiness might actually also destroy my town. You know, all the choices were bad, so yeah, I'm not feeling too bad. This was the one that gets me the least penalty. -2 coin would have led to bankruptcy. So, yeah. Use troops to find the citizens. Okay. There we have the troops. Let's get in town. And find diseased or people with the disease. Let's get them both in here. Can I have another medicus? Would the medicus change anything? That's the question. I'm gonna have another medicus. Emergency camps set up here of hospitals. Now, honestly, I'm really surprised by this event. And in all my time with the game, I haven't had this before. So we'll just see how we tackle all of this. That decision might look bad. The -10 happiness. But the other choices weren't that much better. So let's just go ahead with this as it is. The happiness, I cannot really counter right now. I don't have anything to build me that. We have the theater number 1 here. Yeah, I can have a theater number 2 here. So that is working out for me. How should we get this one in? They're the troops, the plague fighters. And while they're on the way, we're just gonna have some fun here now. I like the coin anyway to build it. I can't see myself getting any money in. Well, just happily continue with what we started. And that is, of course, my town, my city development. That's here. This goes then into my heavy industry district over here. So let's just merge those roads into a smaller main road. And that gives me ample space to continue. There's my market. I don't like this, so we're gonna switch it around and build those houses around the road.
Is under attack.
I just love how everyone fights the pirate. Neff here in action together with Diana. She also has been shooting. Okay, my troops have arrived, so I think I need to use troops. Okay, we found one. Do we need to run through? Yeah, we need to run through them manually. Okay, we could also set up patrols, I guess. Because this is where most people are.
Help is on the way.
I wonder what we're doing with the sick then. Our first catapults are ready. That's great. For the Emperor's request that we had. So we still have 1 hour, 20 minutes time for this. I'm gonna move them down here. And then I'm gonna take one of my ships with some cargo space available. Pick them up and deliver them. It's definitely worrisome that the plague is continuing to spread throughout my city. So this area here is getting more and more affected. This block now. So far, it doesn't affect my population too much. Ah, Hazard Fighter. That is a massive boost. Dropping us down to -4,000 only now. On the fire risk. Alright, and we have finished it. With that, Clouded Judgment has been finished. There is no reward per se. The reward is that the plague is now disappearing again. The negative happiness, though, persists. Alrighty, we continue with a bunch of houses over here that I can build. So we still have the plague roaming my city. Funnily enough, here it's gone completely. That means the emergency camps, theoretically, I can get rid of now. At least, I'm not going to keep all of them because they're pretty expensive when you think about it. Especially their workforce. So I'm going to have another one then over here because this district does not have it yet. And by the way, we officially breached -10,000 happiness free, I guess. Let's just go ahead and get me this going. And then this one here. There you go. And with that, this area is also now fulfilled. Yeah, we'll just see how we remodel this area then once we have the Colosseum. Here we have another river slot. Gonna make sure that we keep this one. I mean, where's the warehouse? We don't have a warehouse close by. Might be something we need to attach at some point. And here, just have a bunch more houses then. A block. And then I think I can squeeze in a bunch more blocks here. And here we do have the fields then. So it's absolutely fine for me to kind of like have buildings then right next to those fields. I have this. The funny thing is you cannot build a street between that, but I think it's merged, you know, so the textures have merged. And let's just check it out. We have the market close by. Nope, it hasn't merged with the service buildings. That is just a visual misinterpretation of what's happening here. So I'm going to move this away, otherwise we cannot have the market going around that. And I want that. So there you go. And this road basically goes in here then, but not like this, not like this. It's all rather nasty looking. That's okay. 364 tons of sardines for delivery? Can we do this? I don't think so. That is an insane number of sardines. We have 240. Unfortunately, I do not have any more upgrades here and the depot is under unrest. So there's no way for me to get that storage in at the moment. Alright, finding 5 crates for 8,000. That's something I can do. By the way, I finished another trade ship. Let's get this going here to start really interacting now with Megaron. So this basically has been jump-started when it comes to its population. But now we should really work on developing something here into a production island for us, for our main city, right? Because we still need a bunch more resources, of course, and money, of course. That is the main problem. We finished the next catapult, as a matter of fact, catapults, and we can now add them to that ship. Can you enter from this side? Because to me it looks like it's blocked. Hooray! They both vanished, just like that. And we can now take this to, I think it was the Emperor down here. Now really, we have a lot of workforce right now. 500 Libertus. It is time to get rid of them by upgrading more. This whole area, I mean, this is gonna be the center of a lot of things. So I would really like to go ahead and upgrade more people here. These guys. And these guys. Since we get these bad boys right next to it, it makes sense to upgrade. Down to 300. I mean, that's so much workforce that just upgrading them kind of like hurts me a bit. Yeah, literally too. As we reach the growing city. We are looking towards negative 11,000 happiness. When's the next massive ride coming out of this? In 24 minutes. It's a dangerous unrest. That is something we can manage. But the giant uprising is 8 hours away at this point. Alright, so that is something. We can use this workforce though, right? We should. I mean, ships are expensive. But I'm probably going to use part of it for more ships and more soldiers. We do have another legionnaire and another archer unit. I want both of them. And I have no idea, the garrison auxiliary that was spawning from the quest that we have. But do I need to disband them now? Because I cannot get rid of them. They do, however... Oh, they don't cost me anything. So I guess I'm just gonna have them sitting around here doing nothing. Now, there's the next unrests, which is okay. We do have no service buildings close by, so it's not okay. Gonna have me one here. And these guys also lack it, so... By the main road, that is not a good idea. But all of these guys here really do want to have a Custodia. As a matter of fact, let's get rid of some buildings here and create us a bigger block where we can add then more of these buildings as well, right? So definitely another Vigilist in here. There you go. This is great. This is another boost to my Medicus. Very much appreciated. Also, my ship with the special resources arrives at Megaron, where we can then start with our economy. So the first thing, of course, is the tunics. Again, this is an easy one. The thing is, we do need to have some tier 2 products here, unfortunately. And I'm really not a fan of this. Since we do not have a commute pier, I'm really missing this feature every day. It made the game so much easier or less tedious, right? Because now we just need to create more and more production chains. I'm actually gonna go ahead with 2 right away because I know the tunics consumption is usually pretty high. We could have 1 then here. This is a bit too far away. Let's have 1 here and 1 by the warehouse right away. So that's 2 of them. Let's have a few more people because, of course, we just consumed a bit of workforce. Alright, we can finish the quest. I would like to do this and get me my boosting with the Emperor.
What could you possibly require?
Did we get nothing out of that now, it seems? Where's my Emperor boost? There it is. And we gained reputation with him. Feels good to have some missions completed from time to time. Let's go ahead and upgrade my next bunch of houses right over here on the other side of the river now. There's a huge cloud passing through right now. Just beautiful. These clouds up here, they're real, right? They're rendered in real time and they can also block the sunlight. Gives you a very, very beautiful dynamic and deep visuals of your city, especially if the island is as large as this one here. Even in the distance there, you know, you get a completely different lighting than here in the front where the sun is shining at full force right now. Fantastic. And with those views, we leave it at that. That was a fun episode and yeah, experienced some new things. Next, we continue with some new production chains and more city building. Stay tuned. When it comes to monumentality, Roman cities certainly do not disappoint. The aqueduct is something that is towering right through the city there right now, delivering water, well, also hygiene, cleanliness, and just happiness. Well, not really, right? I mean, we're a city with negative 10,000 happiness after all, and this is a new record for me. And there's really nothing I can do about it. It's the funny thing, really. But on the other hand, yeah, the frequency of dangerous unrests is manageable for me. And the giant uprising with 8-hour difference is also manageable. Since, well, a few police stations do the trick. So up to this point, I'm still not really happy with how the city parameters in this game work. Because at one point they're confusing. And the consequences are rather, well, insignificant when you look at the grand thing of things. Because for, yeah, I think an hour now, the city has been quiet and peaceful despite that happiness penalty. Doesn't matter, we continue with increasing the happiness of my citizens. And yeah, those buildings here, especially with the bathhouse with the health bonus and the fire bonus, but also with new goods. And one thing that we haven't done yet, even though it would be extremely easy for us, is garum. And garum is something that grows on this island. We have the mackerel in the ocean, and we have the salt on the beaches. So both of them we can do. We have also finished, by the way, a couple more units because I really don't trust the Nerubian, right? And this guy, he might just come for us at some point again soon. Let's use my villa as the living area for my soldiers. These two here are the garrison auxiliary forces, and they've spawned with the plague. The thing is, they don't disappear, so, you know, I can disband them, but they don't cost me anything, so I can also just keep them as fodder for the front line. When it comes to it, I also cannot station them again in the villa, because the villa already got me the garrison auxiliary forces there again, right? So, yeah, we're kind of like full on this free-for-all force, but it's also not a very strong one. Now, down here we have the beach with our salt, and it's full, so I'm gonna need another beach. The thing with the salt is, once again, you cannot have this one here outside because the beach area is so small. There is something we might try, and that is increase the area though. And there it is, increases the offshore building range of buildings. We do need, however, the firmer foundations first. This gives me the the docks that we can have then in the water. And a bit further away here is also the peer-to-peer trading. That is something we're gonna need, especially since trading picks up with the other islands. Alright, it's still gonna take some time though before we're gonna get this bonus. So for now, I'm just gonna have them... We have them like this. It will also just be... Yeah, wouldn't be that much more really. I could also have it like this, but this looks... doesn't look clean, you know? This looks a bit strange. We could, however, have it like this. This looks a bit cleaner. And we can then add even more in this area. And once we increase the harbor range, we can probably go all the way up to this point here then. Could be fun. Now, this one. And then we need the Scomber Shack. Let's have it over here. How much Scarum do we need, as a matter of fact? 4 already. That is more than I expected. So that means that I need 4 of these Scomber Shacks. And once again... it's tricky. Nah, let's just have them here. So that would be 6, because of course we want to have a bit of a surplus there as well. So I'm gonna go ahead with 3 more of these for the salt. And then we're gonna go ahead with 6 of those here. Which is the same ratio now. And then we need the Garum Works, and this is just nasty again. It is something that reduces the happiness of the surrounding area. So we have to have it as far away from the city as possible. My idea is, in fact, to separate this one with that one, or from that one here. And what we can do is then we can have the Garum books right here. So they're affected by the proximity to the mackerels, but they don't reach the salt works. This is also powerful. This gives me another nice boost to my happiness, and we are below 10,000 again. Thanks to my Vigilis now being a bit more effective. Custodia it is. Yeah, it's tight here because of the mountain. And then we can basically build this. It's costing me then plebs something that we have. Let's get all of them going. Of course, we want to have a bit of a surplus there, and I will need 1 or 2 more then to finally fix this. But that's another very important good. Another important production that is now up and running. The Scholars of Olympus organize a philosophical debate. Benbalion advises you to endorse one of the schools of thought, then hold a banquet for those scholars. The Epicureans, the Neoplatonists, and the Stoics. Oh, that's probably my go here. Happiness and prestige. Happiness, knowledge, but reduction in belief. This one also gives me reputation with the Emperor. So let's go with the Stoics. 10,000 that was. Yeah. We can afford it right now. Next in line is our island Megaron again. Here I need to do 2 things right away that we should focus on. The first one is defenses. So the weapons are in. And I would like to build me... I think we can build the stone tower right away. Stone arch tower. Let's upgrade the trading post first. This is really going to cost me some tiles. And then I can have my stone towers here. And yeah, let's just check it out. They have a smaller exclusion radius, I think. Yeah. Than the wooden arch towers, right? So you can have more of them closer together, I think. And what's that? That's the ballista tower, the highest one. But we're going to consume a bit of farmers here for this. And, yeah, let's have it close to my trading post. One here. And then on the other side, another one here. And with that, we have a bit of a better defense. Next, we can afford now to upgrade a bunch of people here. Let's go ahead with those. Because I'm going to need some plebs. And that is, of course, for the marble quarry. Do I want to have both of them? Or this one needs the equitus again. So we're just going to work on the marble quarry. One of them needs 7, so I definitely do want to have at least 2 of them to have a proper production of marble. My mountainsides are not really abundant, or we have theoretically. Okay, there's another one, but I'd rather just build 1 bridge. We will build the bridge over here. Then this one. Marble it is. And then probably another one up here. Oh wow. Okay. We're gonna need my road then here. Alright, so that's 2. And with that, of course, we're gonna need another trade route. So that's my starter already waiting. The good thing about this island is it also has resin. So since we already upgrade a few people, I might use them for the resin. For ultimately producing the amphora. But I don't have to decide now. The only thing that really matters to me now is, of course, our latest trade route from Megaron to Olympus. We're gonna use a starter that is waiting already there, and we're gonna put a marble on. It's the uncut marble, so we're gonna cut it in Olympus. Another theater we can build now. I realize it's costing me quite a bit of money. And I mean, we do have the money, but I also want to build my bathhouse there. But the learning and happiness boost is really not to be downplayed here. So let's go ahead and build me that. Which leads to another 600 of happiness. Don't forget, there is a temporary penalty of 1000 right now in. That should go away soon. And this will further improve then the happiness that we have. Alright, gonna make me a bigger road here. And yeah, to increase its range, we could also have then a road here in the back. So of course, we're gonna have something here as well. So that's gonna be a bigger plaza than a bigger area, representative area than for this whole district. Out of money again, so I return to Albion. Because Albion also gives me money, of course. And we can increase this by adding now some new products that we haven't yet the chance to add. And one of them is the drinking horns. With that, we would be allowed to go for tier 3. And the other one, of course, is the brushes. And with them, we have a bit of a problem. Because we were going to only the Celts, not the Roman Celts. So we haven't unlocked the silver mining per se. Silver we would have, but we also will need tin and we need granite. And we do not have that many mountain slots, even though we have a lot of mountain slots on a tiny island like this. But what we can do is we can start importing silver for us. And the thing with silver is it's dirt cheap. Literally, it is. It costs 10 denarii only for 1 ton. So we can really rake this up. And as far as I remember, you get a lot of silver out of trading. So let's activate this one. And if I want to get the Roman citizens in, we do need to get the alderman first. So with that, the goal here is now to add the last production, which is the drinking horns. And for this, yeah, we're gonna need to tap some of those mountainsides here now. And that is for the tin mine. 1 tin mine consumes 7 smiths, so a basic upgrade here is needed as well. And with that, a bigger city. So let's go ahead and just add us more housing. Gonna be here, 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 and here. What is that? Oh, that's just some empty housing. Oh. We do have the logs. I mean, this is also nice. We could have the full production on this island because the other one is ox farms and you need the swampland for that. Next, I would like to have my warehouse here. And then, of course, our tunics. I'm gonna go with tunics this time around. And I will have them right here to get me a bit of an income and learning boost. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna need 2 right away. And we can have then those farms here. And I like to have the fields close to my smaller village here. So that's field number 1 and field number 2. A slight surplus is there. That's all we really need. A bit further here in the back, I can continue with the road. These mines are a bit dirty, so we will need to keep a bit of a distance there to the actual village if I don't want to go with the full penalty. Then we need a warehouse. And then I will need my 2 tin mines. 2 is though way too much, as that's already 4 tons then, so I'm going to build me 1 and 1 in blueprint. Next step towards a bigger harbor area. Perfect. By the way, the silver is already full. That was really quick, right? And it doesn't even cost me 1000 denarii because we also imported copper here. So the 100 silver there, right, is 1000 denarii basically. So we make 2000 denarii per minute right now. And with 100 tons, well, you can survive quite some time. How's the demand? It's 1 ton right now in the big city. So yeah, passive trading is the new Docklands, basically. Let's go ahead with the upgrades. 2 more pelts and get me a bit of a smith workforce in. Alright, let's build it. You know what, let's build both of them, because they're dirt cheap really. Don't cost me any upkeep. And I gladly take the tin. Of course, we could also trade the tin in with a passive trade, but don't forget, it accumulates over time, of course, the expenses. So I'd rather keep it a bit minimal there. With that, we can also open up our first trade route now in Albion. And that is, of course, with my... Yeah, is that here? I think that's the one. No, there it is, right? The Salty Queen. And I can now get my tin. And establish the trade route. Alright, with that, one more thing is missing. And that's, of course, the drinking horns. They also give me a nice bonus that I want to utilize. And it's producing very slowly, though. So we do have, well, not even 1 ton. So one of them is already enough. But I'm going to go ahead with 2. And the next one down here. And let's also finish on that ox farm. Wood we have plenty, so why not go ahead and continue with another reed farm. I realize for draining, no, we don't really need this for anything outside. Draining, nope, so I can get my next reed farm in here. And then I would like to have another shoemaker here. Festival in Olympus, so we have to pay for it, or we get the porridge, 65 porridge, and we get income boost out of, well, bakeries. It was 200 at least, so that's fine. And a bit of a city expansion, probably, yeah, we can have a little park area or whatnot here, and then a bunch more buildings. This is gonna be tricky. Here. And here is the swamp area that we may or may not want to drain then. Of course, we're spreading a bit too much, so actually, you know what? Let's get rid of these again and build me a smaller market area here. Doesn't take long for the first tin to come in, the first drinking horn being produced, and with that, the first residences that we can upgrade. And with that, we're reaching the Aldermen. Tier 3 for Albion. And with that, we have also now Mercators available. Of course, I would like to go ahead and have some Mercators, probably, yeah, here close to the harbor. That's the Romanized versions. And it's really just one that is needed, I think. Nope, we need a few more for the silver brushes. Bruges. English is so difficult. So, especially here in this district, I would like to upgrade a few more to Mercators. And also Emperor Calidus likes this one. Another reputation boost with him is much appreciated. A few more, and that was enough to push us to the silver brushes. There we are. Now, I do need a few more waiters though, so that's a perfect spot here to continue with the city expansion.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Right here. Oh, wait a second. This might be too tight, because here, don't forget, I want to have something bigger. So, end this road here. With perhaps another bigger road going over here then. That was already enough, and the waiter workforce recovers. The only thing that we need to check is my consumption rates. They're still all relatively fine. Now with that, we can finally start the Silver Forge. Don't forget, they need now Mercator workforce, so I can't mix this up with the other population, rather than just needing this. We don't need that many of these, well, of this jewelry here. but it's also a very slow production again. Over here we have the industry zone. I think it should be fine to add this one here. Yeah. I mean, we cannot drain it yet, so I might move it over here then a bit closer. There you go. We have a warehouse. Let's get me another warehouse going somewhere here. I think here we might make a nice cut towards the industry zone then. The charcoal burner we move away to open up even more space with these buggers. It would be great if we could have... Ah, nice, there you go. The police. Alright, I think it's time to build at least 2, right? And that leads to 4 of these. Quite the production. One more thing we need to do, and that is update my trade route that we have. You know, the cheese is never really full, and that means that I could get rid of the cheese here and instead use my jewelry. Oh wow, finishing our quest with Diana gifts me 30,000 denarii. That was the item that we found from the pirates. That is a quest that I neglected my first time around, but it's actually really powerful. And in this case, should be enough. So first of all, why are you here? There's my trade ship. Accidentally took my trade ship over there as well. And yeah, that's a lot of money we have. 100,000. This warrants now building us something like a bathhouse. And why not do it? It needs, however, to have a cistern in range. But there is, right? That's the cistern here. It should be affected by it. Let's build the bathhouse.
The water flows and you dictate its path. It is
And yep, the water flows indeed. So it's there.
Share an interest.
Of this utmost beautiful building. Very important that we did this because it significantly improves your health overall. Population and fire risk. With that, we're dropping the fire risk really low, but don't forget the population boosts accumulate again, so we probably will upgrade the city soonish, and with that lose all the bonuses that we had before. Also a nice range. So basically, this whole side of the city is now affected by it. Building the forum is entirely possible now too, but this is also giving me the population boost, and I'd rather not have it for the moment. With so much workforce and so much money in right now, I think it's safe to, yeah, queue me in a few more ships. 3 more to enlarge in the fleet and keep the Nerubian at bay. Now, of course, the main target right now is to upgrade. So for this, we need exactly one more thing, and that's the forum and the brushes. So once the brushes are in, we will be able to upgrade. Yeah, I should probably also reinforce my soap and my sandals. With the soap, we can use a bonus that we have out of Ceres, and that is my farms. So they can be much bigger now, 270 fields. So you can really have beautiful, large fields with one building in the center now, instead of having 1,000 farm buildings next to each other, right? So we can really make this huge here, and their productivity goes up then to, I think it's 200% once we use all the fields. So I'm gonna keep those here because, of course, it would make sense to get rid of them now, but we can add a few more. And unfortunately, Olympus is the only island that we have that gives me lavender. Alright, so we don't have this on any other island right now. Oh, and there is my harbor expansion. No, wait a second. It's the placement of harbor buildings now in water. Now we have the harbor expansion going. 50 minutes is quite a long time. We should be able... to get me a Grammaticus going here. We don't have one yet. And this whole site could profit from that. I would like to have it along the main road though, instead of the Medicus. The Medicus I'm gonna move over here. We can safely delete a bunch of buildings.
Fire has started in your city.
That's a nice boost. And with that, yeah, we saved 10 minutes of research with just one building. Alright, let's check it up here. We do have a charcoal burner there. And here I could have then another lavender farm. You know, so it has its entrance kind of like here. And then, thanks to its massive amount of fields that it can have, we can make all of this here full, like so. I like that, because you really have these farmsteads now in the middle, producing all your lavender. One of them is enough to hopefully get me over that, because baseline is producing 2, so this is now 1 ton. Okay, that was less than I expected. So I'm gonna get me another one over here. They also have a nice happiness boost.
Construction of a ship has finished.
Next ship is ready. Perfect. At this point, we can also safely build me more pig farms. Unfortunately, they do not profit from Ceres. But they profit from minimal space requirements. So we can even squeeze in a pig farm here, for example. So 2 more, which leads to 4 more tons of pigs. With a city of that size, I'm also going to make sure that we always have consumption goods available. So we're going to set a minimum for a lot of these whenever we drop below a certain threshold. So it's usually 100 tons. I would like to go for bread, for porridge, and also bread. I mean, let's just check it out. The bread is really expensive though. So in this case here, we got to be careful with how much we really use of these. Sandals are easy to reproduce. Pileos is something that is so cheap that it might even be worth it getting this one in trade entirely, because it saves you lots of workforce. The same goes with porridge, by the way, which just has an insane amount of space requirements out of the farms. Getting soap in though is really not feasible, as it's a super expensive good, not though for selling. One more thing that we really need to do is finish the forum all the way up here to get this nice bonus in. It also needs the water. Oh, is that right? Do we have more prestige than Neff now? No, he's got like 17,000. I have no idea how that is even possible. But we are already ramping it up now with the forum. So this is now at the end of this. I think this is a nice road that leads up to it. From the harbor all the way up to the forum. And with the forum we can also upgrade the first people now to, yeah, tier 4. There you go. Patricians. And by the way, I realized we have 700 plebs right now in town. That means we could upgrade and will upgrade a lot of them. Especially here along the main roads. And also on the other side, of course, where I want to continue now developing my town.
I just have to have it.
With tier 3 population, let's also upgrade the warehouse because it needs to look the path. Now, this is a lot of plebs though. We will need to work on some bonuses for the Libertus, otherwise we will need to plaster more and more of these buildings in. Over here, these guys. With that, we're in fact out of them. The fleet is growing, the ships are rolling out. I'm pretty sure Nav would not dare to attack us now with those glorious sights. Some of those ships I'm going to, yeah, move over to Albion, of course, with a trade ship that is Parataxis, as it's called, together with those guys here, probably. Yeah, that looks fine. And let's switch the region to Skeleton, where they're going now. Of course, this leaves me a bit vulnerable in Latium, but we have good defenses. And, yeah, we can just build more. I mean, 35 farmers is a lot. How's my trade looking, by the way? We are losing around 800 denarii per minute on average. It's 700 now on average out of passive trading, which is totally fine for me right now and affordable. At this point, it makes also then sense to start upgrading the roads because we want to increase the range of my service buildings. As we can see, this is the case here. These guys here lack the sanctuary. So we do have the Grammaticus and the sanctuary not too far away. And I'm pretty sure that with the paving of roads, we can make this easier. So let's start with upgrading this whole road down here. As a matter of fact, we're not upgrading the main road at the moment. And with that, the Grammaticus at least is coming in. Yeah, also the Sanctum. Now, upgrading roads is a very expensive business, so for the beginning, we're just going to do it selectively for my most important service buildings that we have here and for only a few selected roads. All the way down here, so this increases now the range of the market, the sanctum, and of course also of the fire station, which is another important thing. The same can be applied then here to these guys. And don't forget, doing so also increases the range of my theater and of my forum. So let's go ahead and continue upgrading the road now all the way then here into this area. Yeah, let's have some major road upgrades here so it doesn't look so desolate. And then probably this road here. And lo and behold, we can now upgrade those guys here. The same we can apply, of course, on the other side. So let's upgrade this road here. And increase the range of my sanctuary and so forth. And look at that. It's really starting to reduce the parameters everywhere. Do not underestimate the power of upgrading those roads because it's really powerful in this game. Way more than in 1800. I think we're running low on concrete now anyway. And with those beautiful sights, we leave it at that. I'm enjoying this game a lot right now, and I hope you do too. We continue onwards then in the next episode with probably our Colosseum foundation already. And yeah, a bit more construction material production because I want to now ramp up my core city area then as well. Stay tuned.
Your people are...
Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Olympus, a city that is sprawling over the biggest island this game provides right now. And one thing we have, one problem, we're actually running out of space. And yeah, I knew of course at some point this would happen, but it's happening. And in this case, part of the problem is our farmlands over there. And also of course that we need so many production buildings at this point. Yeah, even though some of them are crumbling, it doesn't matter. We still need to have them and we need to have more of them as we progress. So one thing we can do here is trying to move a bunch of buildings away now from Olympus. And two of them I would like to get rid of right away, and that's my oat and that's my grain. And we have only really one other island with a lot of space, and that's Lorarium right over here, right beside my capital, right? So we can even see it from over there. And in this case, whoops, not this one. This is the one, right? It's very characteristic with its mountain, so yeah. I knew this mountain would be too small. So there it is. And what we actually need is, yeah, all that space and with that workforce. We have workforce, however, in Lorarium. Part of the reason here is that we have a very good goddess. That's Ceres, and her devotion grows. And with every piece of a devotion, we do get more population in. The other thing is that we have porridge in now, out of passive trading as a matter of fact, where I'm purchasing porridge at the moment. It's dirt cheap, we can afford it, I don't even feel it really. In my balance we can see though we have a negative 1000 denarii out of passive trading. We still have a total balance of close to 4000 with all of that. Now we can get the bread production now over. This will also give me more farmers. So it's the first thing I would like to do. And where do we get this one? I think here we could have beautiful fields of grain. The same applies for this area. It's too close to my city there. So this is probably a very good location. This stays with the olives, right? We're also gonna need resin at some point, so I think we can very well get going here. The question is, do we have the upgraded farm already? Wait a second. This one here, if we build something... Oh, there's marble here too. I totally forgot about marble. We do have marble on Lorarium. The thing is, it's close enough. But limestone quarry? Yes, it's close enough. We don't need it. I just wanted to see the range. And what I would like to get going now is my fields. We have 210 fields, so this has been upgraded. So each one of them can really house a lot of it. And what we can do here is, I can move this over. And yeah, something is really wrong with performance. It's getting worse as we progress. Do you see this sometimes? There it is. I like how this looks, right? Huge. So we don't need to have them together anymore. I rather just have all of these farmhouses now with a bit of a road connection and then their fields. And boy, we can have a lot of fields. Yeah. We don't need more than that. Then I can have another one here and probably 2 more here. On the way to the farm there. Total production of 13 tons of wheat with that. Now, how much bread do we need in Olympus? Because I have a feeling it's not much. It's 5 tons. Right, 5 tons, that's all we need. Not exactly, because Lorarium also wants it. So we're looking at a combined of 6 tons. 13 tons of wheat we produce right now. I go ahead with one more, so we have kind of like an equal thing going on here with the flour mill. And that's another one here. And this one will be fine. Perfect. Yeah. That's the farmlands of Lorarium. And right here we do have then our flour mills. And the cool thing is we have also a lot of river slots on this island. Gold, of course, is another very good thing. But we get gold already in Olympus, so we might as well just use it over there. And get the river slots used for the grain. And I would like... this is still... Look at that. Every river slot looks in the different direction. So we cannot have... We cannot combine them without bridges. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, let's have one here. A warehouse, another warehouse probably over here. Because we want to have this as close as possible to shorten the time it takes, right? And then we have this road that goes over here. Over those sandbanks. Over here, right? Something like that. And grain number 1. Grain number 2. This is, by the way, plaps that we're using with that. And each one of them consumes 2 tons of grain. So, yeah, we could probably build all of them at this point. We have another one here. And we have another one here that I would like to use. We could probably build the bridge here. Yeah, that's the only spot I can get it to. I'm gonna have my bridge here. Alright, I think that's enough for now. I mean, yeah, that's 8 tons of grain that we consume now. It's not, it's close to 10 tons as a matter of fact now. But I didn't build 5 of them. We only have 4. That's nice. This is now the final thing, right? So we now have expanded our harbor area a bit by a few tiles. So this is great. By the way, we use one more because then I still have 3 more river slots available that we can use for something. Let's have that one. The last thing, of course, are the bakeries. Now, this is problematic because a bakery only produces every 1 minute. And there's no real item that can boost its productivity further. At least not that I found it. We will also need Vigiles over here. And I would like to have... here. So I'm gonna move those farmers away for now. Getting them in here. Right, so we already have a very good fire safety as a matter of fact. And of course we're gonna increase that risk now, but we will also increase our income. And yeah, let's have those bakeries here. So I can have another block here to maximize my profit coming out of this. And it's actually quite a lot, honestly. Right, so in this case, this might be a small town, but the coin still is quite valuable because it's 3 coin per building. So yeah, that adds up, especially if I have 2 of them rolling through my city. Here. Alright, so these are just symbolic because they don't really produce that much. And then we're gonna need a whole bunch of them close to one of my, yeah, industry zones. Now this looks like a great spot for it. The thing is, what we can do here is, since we've built the villa, we can also get an officium going. So I would like to blueprint me one of those in, just in case we find a great item for this. Right, and then we can get going on some of those. By the way, here we need a connection. Okay, yeah, let's have them towards the warehouse here for now. So a full block. That's another 8 tons of bread production. And yeah, let's just go ahead and get me another block over here. Right, with a warehouse here in the center as well. And what we absolutely will need for all of this, of course, is my firefighter. Close to it. Alright, let's build this. So at least another one here. And costs plaps. But that's okay, because we're gonna get lots of plaps in again once we have the bread rolling. We have a lot of farmers. So I would like to, as a matter of fact, upgrade a few more. Especially around the bakeries that we have. Alright. Here. There you go. This will maximize our profit from that. Already on their way. We have enough coal, but it's certainly not going to be enough. So that's another thing I would like to go for. Another coal factory over here. A charcoal burner and probably another one here. I'm missing coal mines. I do. However, coal is extremely cheap. We could also just purchase coal now that I think. Yeah, why not? We got 450 coal. Let's just see how much she trades here with us. Yeah, got me 200 coal there. And how much was that? 1,200, right? So it's absolutely manageable. We don't need those charcoal burners. As a matter of fact, I could use my passive trading power to do the same thing in Olympus. So we're going to start now buying huge amounts of coal. And I don't need them here anymore. This will severely reduce my fire risk, my fire hazards, right? That was 100 out of this one. Because don't forget, they have a pretty huge penalty, especially when you have residences close by. That's this one. But I might actually make a difference here. One thing we absolutely will need to do is adjust our trade routes out of this. So we have the olive trader right now. This is my Pentagon Tier 1 trade ship. And it gets the olive going right now. And yeah, we can also add bread now to this. And probably porridge down the road. We might also consider adding porridge as a passive trade. You know, for bread, I wouldn't do it. It's too expensive. Bread is really expensive by comparison. But let's quickly check it out. Bread will cost me 48. Porridge will cost me 24. Having porridge as a passive trade is something that might be feasible. Anyway, what we can definitely do now is get rid of the grain farms. With that, we save workforce and space. A lot of it too. And the same thing I could do for the porridge right away, because let's face it, we are importing it now out of passive trade. If it's not going to be enough, we will just, you know, have more production chains rolling in. The porridge stands, let's also get rid of them. Now this is the most important thing. The bakeries out of the area here. This will reduce, there it is, 200 fire safety increase. There is another one. Another 100, perfect. And I think those were the only 2 we had in the city. It looks like it. Yeah. But that's 300 fire risk down. Now what's really great is that we can use the space now for more city again. So let's just overhaul it. There you go. And there we have our, well, triple road. And yeah, unfortunately, here with the bridges, it's problematic to say the least. So a double bridge is all I can do. The cool new feature that merges the bridges together, unfortunately, is not working on this island here at all. So I haven't found a single spot where I could merge my bridges. There are islands where you can do this quite often, but unfortunately on this, for strange reasons, it's really not possible for me. So that's that. Let's have this one here. This is my triple road again. And then we will have it merged with that triple or double road. We have a double road here. Yeah. Yeah, let's keep this one. There is a triple road then, and then we have a double road here again, which is kind of like our main street, right? And this one goes now over here. I could make this into a triple road. Some of you don't like it. I'll do. And we get over there. And then I'm just gonna happily add more buildings here, close to this one. And here we could have something. No idea yet what. And this one I would also like to cut so that we do have kind of like some individual road layouts. Alright, so this one here we should be able to get in. And then just along the street there. Oh, this is great. There's some sheep farms still? What to do with those? Let's keep them for now. This is still farm area. No idea what we do with this road though. So we probably will have this main road going up here then. So this one could be a service building area, right? These 2 blocks there. And then we have just some more buildings here again. I mean, service building usually means, you know, like a sanctuary, something like that. And we really do need that happiness boost we're getting out of this. And I think on tier 3, I mean, we do have the theater here, so with the paved roads, it should be getting better with it. So, let's have a look if we can get that theater all the way to the other side. Might be great. There's a bridge now, which is a stone bridge. Yeah, look at that. We even touch some of these areas over here. And the sanctuary goes into that district as well. And yeah, for now, my streets look a bit patchworky. But it's so many streets we need to upgrade that I can't possibly give up with my production. These areas here are great, for example, for a shrine, right? Like this one. That gives me population and health boost. Having them somewhere here, here. And then some decorations around that. Research-wise, I'm going into pleb workforce out of the Governor Villa. That's 50 plebs we're getting out of every Governor Villa we have on every island. A really, really nice one. Get an invitation there, alright. There's the fuel efficiency now. That only takes 55 seconds. And we have it now unlocked. Water supply out of the aqueduct is something I would like to get. And also the boost for the mines. And I would like to get the range increase for the Grammaticus. Very important one to further boost my learning curve. And what is that? Private party. 10,000 it costs me. We do have that. Accept. And we need to sail to her harbor now with one of my ships. Let's use my... Oh, they're all engaged in trading activities. So I'm going to use one of my military ships. And just because I've seen it now, we do need more trade ships. By the way, also my fleet has been reinforced now. We do have the other part of my fleet now in Albion soon. I'm not entirely sure. They're still in transit. There's a new tab. That is pretty useful, I think. And when it comes to my concrete production, I would like to double this because right now we got 3 of those. Right, and now I would like to get another 3 going. The question is where. They have no penalty really, right? But they're a bit rustic. So I wouldn't like to have them in the main harbor area, but in some other kind of area, right? Harbor area. Yeah, all these ruins, that's a consequence of my fire hazards. I think here we could gladly have them. I think this is a great industrial looking harbor. Call to war against Neff. Neff is attacking Aether. No idea. I mean, we do have a defensive pact. We actually need to do it. And I can't really betray my allies, right? Even though that strategy seems quite popular nowadays. Yeah, I'm not gonna betray my ally here. We're gonna accept this. So we have a call to war. And try to keep my sheep together. Just on time, really, my fleet has arrived in Skellington.
Welcome. You're the first to arrive, believe it or not.
So we should be fine here. I do have no workforce because I would like to reinforce my harbor area further. But this costs me, of course, workforce. But still, we need to. Let's get another tower going here. And we do not have any weapons on this smaller island. Aether's here, by the way. So he's only got those 2 islands. Neff is over here. And what we really should do is build a villa. I haven't done this yet. And I would like to get the villa going for the prestige bonus for the moment here. Right in front of it, right? So if there's an attack now coming, Neff will need to destroy both of these things. And we can build a wall though.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Oh wow, okay, this will need to be shorter.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Unfortunately, that exclusion radius is just massive. You can't even have 2 towers. I'm gonna have me 1 tower up there too. So there's 2 towers now protecting my villa. And together with my harbor area. That is definitely enough for now. For the capital. And then we have this area. So we're gonna need to transfer some weapons over again. All out war against Aether it is again. So we need to stand up to him. We need to stand up to bullies. You can't give in. They will just bully you further. No matter the nation. Let's get everything over here. It could hit us really hard in Latium. So I'm going to train more ships here. Or build more ships. I'm even going to cancel my trade ship. And we're gonna push more warships than here as well. And there's, as a matter of fact, 2 ships of Neff right over here. Solitary. Ready to be engaged with. The game doesn't really handle that well right now. I think at this point it might be a mod issue, rather than the game's issue, because I've never faced these strange stutters before. And as a matter of fact, they're inflicting a lot of damage on one of my ships here. Let's get this one back home. I don't even have a repair crane at the moment. I'm gonna get this one close to my shipyard there as well. Very good. That's 2 ships down. And some weapons looted. Thank you very much for this. I think he's got a lot of ships right now in Albion. That's why he's not really pushing. Okay, ship under attack in Albion. What's going on here? There we got the weapons now. And I will need to add my defenses at this very moment. Can't delay this. 2 here. 3. Perfect. 3 towers is really nice. The building is under attack. Oh. Okay, there's his main fleet. Yeah, he's got most of his ships now in Albion. I wonder where he's going. Aether, do you have some defenses? You don't. Like, there's a tower here. The harbor area is unprotected. Get a second island though. There's also nothing here, and he's losing some ships now.
Construction of a ship has finished.
I mean, we could engage here, you know. Let's take my Albion ship.
There is a
and get it over there. Because there is Nef's ships going down right now. And I would like to go in. The big question is, where are these guys going? No idea. It looks to me they're on their path to my island. Can we upgrade? Yes, we can upgrade. And we can build another tower. And another tower here. And another tower here. I don't have the workforce, but we need the defenses. There you go. Should be fine. Oh yeah, they're coming for me actually. I wonder why. I'm just accepting the call to war here. Okay, that's a lot of towers against a lot of ships. My main fleet returns. My Albionic main fleet. Oh wow, they have quite the range because they're using catapults. Oh, this is not good. And an invasion. I mean, you know, of course, we're at war with him, so I'm expecting that, but not in that force. my ships are coming. I think it's too late to build me that villa, right? Yeah, construction area is under attack. Gonna build me a villa here right now. That's a lot of soldiers. You're kidding. We could come in from the other side though. Let's return my ships over here, because then we can attack his soldiers without attacking the ships right away. But I think it might be too late. Okay, trading post down. We still have the towers, but they're... Ooh, that's just a lot. Where's Arthur, by the way? He's not helping us one bit.
Waiting for your decree.
Yeah, we're losing this island. Nothing I can really do at this point. It's not the worst thing that happens, because it's not a particularly good island. Except for its tin. But we can import this. All the towers are down. Who would have thought? That was fast. Try and destroy some of his soldiers. Oh, no, get over there. Yeah. And there the takeover is completed.
You fight well, but not well enough.
My ships are now in danger, so I think he will be coming for my ships now. That means we're gonna go around here in circles and then back to my main harbor area. The main harbor area, we're gonna reinforce further. That was a lot, so I don't have the concrete, because to me it still doesn't make sense that we need concrete for Albionic watchtowers, but here we go. And let's have some more towers here, close to my villa, and then more here. Okay, so that's a lot of additional towers. And the workforce we will get. He did?
But these are fearful tidings.
Okay, at the same time,
I'd not say it's gone.
there is probably the biggest freaking fleet I've ever seen in any game. Attacking the capital. Holy cow. Okay, my ships are here.
Mithras.
Under attack. I don't see this. I mean, yeah, he's right now attacking my Forces, we do have my main forces here. He's now destroying my trading posts. Holy cow.
Is under attack.
Neth is crazy. I love how precise he is, right? He's attacking the gate. There's nothing I can do against this, really. There's no amount of ships that would be enough for that kind of attack power. I'm training more here just to stay intact. I cannot upgrade anymore because I was not prepared for the surprise attack. He's got 2 fleets of this size in both regions. Think about that. How many people he would need to employ that. But here we are. My ships are coming, and the worst thing is also that his ships are faster than my ships. It's the same ship, right? Triremes. They do not have the upgrades. No, they don't have the upgrades for the ores as well. So there's... It doesn't make sense to me why they're so much faster.
Construction of a ship has finished.
Where are his soldiers? His soldiers are probably boarding again. So he will enter soon my area here.
Is under attack.
Okay, this looks rather safe for now. Let's return to Latium because it's a bit worse over there. Yeah, no way. No freaking way.
Cohorts at your command.
Let's muster the forces. Let's get the auxiliary forces out as well.
Simple serves.
The thing is though, he will need to destroy both of my military buildings. So he's at the same time also now engaging here with the main harbor area. But only with a few ships.
What could you possibly require?
Is under attack.
Let's try to use my villa as defenses. So I'm gonna take all of my archers. And protect them with my auxiliary forces. His ships are going down really fast though, so I mean he still has way more. Can we? Yeah, we continue building ships.
But these are fearful tidings.
Let's go back to Albion because there is the attack at the same time happening over here right now. With endless amount of ships everywhere.
Under attack. The Imperial Court are inclined to replace your flagship.
We lost the flagship there, so we can buy it again. That's the same thing as in
Is under attack.
1800 or 1404.
Keep your eyes on the horizon.
He will probably invade my Albionic village now too. Probably. Insane how many units he's got. Like this is just unreal. Okay, he's now moving in at the same time. There's nothing I can do with those performance issues. Let's get this over there. Why are my archers not attacking? They should. I got my spearmen, so they are very good against cavalry, of course. And I've got my legionaries. Nah, there's nothing I will be able to do about this.
Tidings.
Yeah, I thought as much. We got a new Miss Hunt, and he's stronger this time around. He's cheating even harder than Miss Hunt is. And we just need to get better at the game. Because I was absolutely not prepared for so many units. With ships and with soldiers alike. Boy, I hope you enjoyed this one. This might be the last episode of this series. Or I'm gonna reload back one of my other older saves. and see if we can kind of like turn this around. We'll just see about this. I hope you enjoyed it so far. Pax Romana. The Nerubian got us. Stay tuned.
Giant have been cornered. Hired antidote.